Good morning, everybody. Oh. Got all the little patch trucks in front of us. These guys do the little patch and repairs.
Ready on board.
Oh, why is it so quiet? Good morning, Butch. There we go. Maybe that'll be a little louder.
At Sweets Thing says, "Good morning, Eric."
Good morning. Still seems quiet. That's all the way out. Good morning, Sweets. I don't know why TTS sounds so quiet today. Oh. Well, I didn't get my breakfast the way I wanted, unfortunately. It is what it is. I guess 6 o'clock everybody came and ate it all up and they didn't bother to make any more. So I'm sitting here going, well, what the heck? That's just not right.
At Sweets Thing says, "Hope you got some sleep last night at the hotel."
Yes, I did. I went to bed at just a little after 10, so I got some decent sleep. Oddly enough, the audio over here is a little quiet on the TTS. I don't know why. I've got it turned all the way up. Oh, man. It's very strange. So how's everybody doing on this fine morning? As you guys can tell, I cleaned the windshield. Or hopefully you guys can tell. Spray a little juice on there. Oh.
Shadow VIB says, hello.
Hello, Shadow. How you doing?
In the middle here.
Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat.
Great streamer.
Well, thank you. Gotta try to find out why TTS is so
Chris
quiet.
sure says, it's Groundhog Day. LOL. Good morning, Eric.
Good morning, Chris.
Shadow VIB says, and good.
I'm wondering why your name isn't James Bond anymore.
Chris sure says, at Sweets Things, good morning, hope you are good.
Because we had it changed to James Bond yesterday.
Shadow VIB says, just got back from work and wanted to relax a bit, so I stumbled across your stream. Loving the vibe so far.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh.
Choctaw County says, thanks for having us.
Hey, Choctaw. Good morning. Welcome to the stream. TTS is a little quiet today. I might have to restart the phone, but luckily we know that we don't lose the stream
Chris
when we
sure
do that.
Says, cheers, Eric.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with TTS. Like I said, I may have to restart the phone, but we don't lose the stream when I do that. That's the good thing about this
Morning
setup.
at Choctaw County with 8,362 and welcome in Shadow Vibe. Choctaw County says, it's Arnold today.
Hold on one second.
Chris sure says, TTS being the AI overlord as usual.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, your name was James Bond the other day, and now it says it's Chris Sure.
At Sweets Things says, we are heading for a high of 64 today, nice and sunny. I got plants that need to go in the ground and in pots. Chris sure says, I'm trying to work out what is happening to the weather here. 1 minute it's hot and sunny, then the next it's pissing down with rain. LOL. Shadow VIB says, you have a good present and you have no people coming to your channel even if you are streaming for fun.
Yeah. Yeah, we just started streaming on Twitch and Kick and Rumble, so we're kind of new to those platforms.
With your logo and banner.
This is a 2 more done right. Can I get... Yep, 2 tons.
Choctaw County says, it's 55 degrees and sunny today in north central Mississippi.
Alright, we are carrying 20.5 ton today. We're getting ready to head on to Manitowoc.
Choctaw VID says, okay.
Don't go anywhere. We're gonna restart the streaming phone, see if we can get TTS to talk a little louder. You guys know how this works. The stream is not gonna go down. It's just gonna be a black screen for a minute or two, and then we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. So everybody, hold your horses.
Shadow VIB says, you need Twitch affiliate and more viewers, and before you got there you need
Okay, hopefully that kicked TTS in the ass. A little restart. So we'll have to see if TTS...
Shadow VIB says, are you open for advice?
That's what it needed. The phone just needed a little kick in the ass to get TTS a little louder, so we're good. I'm open for advice, but if you're just a bot that's going to spam my chat, I'll just block you quick. Yeah, TTS is a lot louder now, so we're good. Back to the camera view, everybody.
Chris sure says, at Sweets Things, hope you're having a good day. I'm bored as usual, lol, hence how I get 9 hours free a day to mod on Eric's stream. There is literally nothing to do in UK as all the shops been closed down.
Gotcha. Yeah, we gotta figure out why it changed your name and how many other people's names it changed. Because you were set up as James Bond yesterday and it didn't save it.
At Sweets Things says, okay, let's see what TTS does now.
Alright.
Shadow VIB says, if you don't trust me you can just check my channel.
Yeah.
At Sweets Thing says, the entire stream sounds louder. Nice.
That's good. Yeah, just needed a little kick in the ass, I guess. Isn't that the way technology works. If it doesn't work, restart it, and then it works fine.
Chris sure says, yep, it's weird it changed my name back to the screen name.
And I mean, all I did was turn the phone off yesterday. You know, you would think that it would save the changes. I ended the stream and I killed the app, and then I shut the phone down.
Shadow VIB says, should I introduce you to who is helping Mike now?
Yeah, not right now though.
At Sweets Thing says, yeah, first step is always restart.
Yeah. Well, we'll fix the names and I'll do a backup. We'll just have to see what's going on. We were on the wrong microphone. All right. Let's see. Now we're on the proper microphone. I have no idea what's going on.
Chris sure says, yeah, at Sweets Things. Shadow VIB says, can you type your Discord out so I can tell him to add you so you can have good conversation with him?
I don't have a Discord. Yeah, everything else seems like it's working, just the name filter. That's really weird. Well, when we get back, I'll change it back to James Bond, and then I'll do a save. That way, if that happens in the morning, you can just export or import the save file and see if that restores all the names. Eventually, we will get rid of all the technical glitches.
Shadow VIB says, okay, but you can create it.
Okay, you say one more thing, I'm just going to ban you. I don't have time for this right now. This is not the time to mess with this. Been given fair warning. I just banned bots. That's how you're acting.
Chris sure says, okay, cheers, Eric.
Alright, so this guy just doesn't want to listen. Ban incoming.
Shadow VIB says, why?
Yep, ban incoming. maybe I could search for an app on this phone, and I don't know why it's acting stupid. And
Chris sure
I've
says,
restarted.
Shadow Vibe, you're done, son.
Yeah. There's Twitch. There he is. Goodbye. You have now been banned from the channel. Problem has been solved. Yeah, I don't like how Twitch and Kick have so many damn bots. It's crazy. Everybody's like, hey, I want to join my Discord or blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, I don't get it. Crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. I agree. They say the same crap too.
Chris sure says, they say the same line every day, haha.
Yeah. I mean, it's that obvious. Well, this one honestly sounded more like a human. But I mean, they were still kind of trying to steer me to talking to them on Discord. It's like, I'm live streaming. I mean, I'm not going to talk to you on Discord. You know, that's not what's going to happen right now. I'm in the middle of a live stream. You know, when somebody's overly eager to, like, get your attention that way and be like, you know, hey, you know, I'm going to help you with your stream. It's like, okay, well, that's nice, but what's your ulterior motive here, you know? You know, you want me to give you $9.95 a month to sit here and help make my stream better? Is that what your goal is? Well, that one, I hear what you're saying. You're saying
Chris sure says, they must be bots, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but you know, like I said, I told that guy I was going to ban him, and he's like, why? You know, I don't know if that's what a bot would say. I think a bot would just have random messages. So I think that was actually a person. You know, but he was acting like a bot. So it is what it is. Who knows, maybe I'll be nice and I'll unban him and see if he just wants to have a normal conversation.
At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe,
See?
hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
And I had Nightbot set to Skynet yesterday. So yeah, something's going on. I don't know.
Chris sure says, I found a setting in YouTube where you can actually pay to promote your own channel. Not sure if it works or not?
Yeah. Yeah, I've never really gotten into doing that. You got to pay per month to sit here and have them push you out on the logarithm a little bit more. I'm already paying enough. I mean, money is flying out of my account for
Chris
this.
sure says, yes, AI overlord.
I mean, we're blowing through money every month. So maybe if we get a little bit bigger, I don't know, or I can justify it, but for right now, I think we're just gonna rock with what we got. How's that term go? Rock out with your cock out, whatever. I don't know. Ooh, that sun is bright. Feels good. It's warm. I've got a special 3M tint on my windows that rejects up to like 95% of the heat that radiates through. So while I can feel the sun's warm, it's not like baking me. Just for shits and giggles. There we go. We unbanned him. We'll just see if he stuck around. He probably didn't because I banned him, but we'll see if he stuck around and if he wants to talk like a normal human
Chris
being.
sure says, cool.
Yeah, the nice thing is it's 90 some percent transparent, so it doesn't appear that I have tint on there, so it doesn't get me in trouble with the cops. Yeah, the funny thing is Twitch has got a whisper feature where he could send me a message privately through Twitch. So if he really wanted to, he could have done that.
Chris Ayers 007 says, remember to like, subscribe and share out the channel. Nightbot commands you.
I see you over there on Twitch. That's funny. I don't care who you are. That's just funny right there. Okay, let's get this Rumble chat thing working. Because it's nice to have all my chats in one spot. Let's see. So how's everybody doing this morning? I see we got a few people.
Chris sure says, LOL, I thought I'd try that. I think I got mod powers on Twitch, so can save you the time next time, Eric.
Yeah, I gotta make you a mod.
Morbite says, you what's up?
Nothing much. We're headed to Manitowoc to deliver some asphalt. Then we're going to be going back to Green Bay to get more asphalt. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat.
How is it going?
It's going pretty good. Had to restart the streaming phone because we were a little low on audio for TTS, but that seemed to fix the minor technical difficulty.
Chris Ayers 007 says, at Morbite, hello, welcome to the channel.
Are you testing to see if he's a bot? I know you are. Because if he ignores that and then goes on to, hey, join my Discord, then we know. So many bots on Twitch and Kick. It's crazy.
Choctaw County says, fair, you know what my sibling and I are going through. How about you, Eric? What you eat for breakfast?
I kind of got screwed by the hotel. I had some Raisin Bran and some orange juice because I guess there was a mad rush on the food line right at 6 a.m. and they didn't bother to bring any more out, even though breakfast is from like 6 to 10.
Chris Shore says, LOL, yeah, will he reply coherently or not?
Yeah. So I was kind of disappointed when I showed up at about 6:25 and there was no eggs, no sausage, and they weren't making more, or didn't appear to be making more.
Link 15 says, morning, Eric and all.
Hi, Link. Welcome to the channel, welcome to chat, good to see you again.
Sun Zero E says, I am not a bot.
So Sun Honey, I see it. It says 0, I got it. It's Sun Honey. TTS said it differently.
007 says, good morning, Adlin 15, good to see you.
Good to see you, Sun Honey. Yeah, it's Lynn, but I swear TTS made it sound like Link.
says, hey, Sun Honey.
I guess I thought TTS said it was Link, but no, it is Lynn. We'll fix all these names in TTS again, and we'll do a save file.
Hi, Chris.
For some reason, all the names I saved yesterday didn't save.
Sun Zero E says, hey there, Adlin 15. Chris Ayers 007 says, at Sun Zero E we were talking about someone else.
Well, I took care of that bot. Yeah, I gotta remember, Twitch was a little harder to mod people.
Says, we got a bot.
Yeah, I took care of it already. Twitch is a little harder to add mods. Normally I can, like in YouTube, I can just click on your name and, moderate you. There was a whole different
Sun
procedure.
Zero says, morning, Eric and everyone.
Morning. Let's see. Yeah, because the only options I get from the phone is to either ban or time out. I don't get an option to promote.
Choctaw
mod.
County says, that's not fair, Eric.
Nope. Yeah, I remember I had to go onto like the Twitch page.
Chris Ayers 007 says, cheers, Lynn. Morning at Sun Zero Me.
Morning. It's definitely a nice, sunny, bright day. Kind of wish there was a few clouds in the sky. I personally enjoy looking at the clouds.
Says, WTG Fry.
Fry doesn't usually come in quite this early. He doesn't usually roll in until about 8-ish. 8-ish, 8:30-ish.
Sun Zero he says, hey, I at Chris Ayers 007. Chris Ayers 007 says, cheers at Sun Zero Me. Lynn 15 says, sleepyhead LOL.
Well, he's up all night monitoring and maintaining a radio station, so you know, the fact that he's awake as much as he is during the day is amazing in itself. Yeah, he definitely keeps himself busy. So I can't complain. Yeah, when we get back to the asphalt thing, probably gonna set up another time lapse. The one from yesterday, it was kind of cool, but the camera kind of glitched out. I got like the first hour, or the first part of the video.
Says, why everyone on Twitch?
I guess it's the cool place to hang out now. I think Chris went over there because he wanted me to mod him, which I would if it was easy to do. But I got to actually go through the Twitch console, not the app on the phone.
Chris sure says, at Choctaw County 8362, I was just checking it out, LOL.
Yeah, that's right.
Lynn 15 says, we're the cool kids, LOL.
There we go. They're over there because they're the cool kids. They don't need no stinking YouTube. They got Twitch and Kick and all that cool stuff. They're progressive. That's funny. That's funny. I don't care who you are, huh? Oh. No, I got a decent amount of sleep, I think, last night. There was a little bit of tossing and turning. I don't think it was as restful as I'd like, but it is what it is. I always live in a state of being tired.
Chris Ayers 007 says, Adlin 15. Choctaw County says, so I'm the hot kid?
No, the hot kids are all on Twitch.
Derek says, good morning all. Hi Eric.
Hey Derek, see his name stuck, but his was probably done the day before. I wonder.
Chris sure says, the emojis are not as cool though. LOL, very generic on Twitch.
Oh yeah? Yeah, but you'd be surprised how many apps are integrated into Twitch or for Twitch. There's things like screen overlays that I can have like money dropping or whatever if somebody does a donation. A new subscriber, it'll do like a huge blowout thing about it. Yeah. At least that's what I've been told by Fry and a few other people. That Twitch is the place to be, and I'm like, yeah, but I started on YouTube. I'm not abandoning my YouTube channel. Twitch is secondary for me.
Choctaw County says, live. Chris sure says, my friend gets some very jealous people in the UK. He earns £3 grand a month on YouTube as his channel is big, but he gets random people hating on him saying, why don't you get a job? YouTube is a job.
Yeah, I mean, if you've made streaming your livelihood and you're making a profit on it, you know, it all depends on how you're doing it. I mean, if you're providing a form of entertainment, it's no different than paying for Showtime or HBO or whatever. If people are paying him to be in front of the camera,
Chris sure says,
then that's his
to
job.
See how hard YouTube is, Eric. It's not a simple thing to earn a living from.
No. I mean, even in the height of this channel, when I had 2,000 some people on a regular in the channel in the chat, I mean, I barely made anything, you know, especially if you're getting all your funding directly from YouTube. You know, super chat, stuff like that makes a big difference. But the money that you specifically get straight from YouTube, no. I mean, you got to have thousands and thousands of subscribers before that makes a big deal.
Chris Shore says, he has over 100,000 subscribers. He goes around auditing, which means filming police stations and other government offices. They don't like it when he turns up, LOL.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a slippery slope, catch-22. I mean, yeah, he's within his rights to do what he's doing, and you know, I believe that the police should be better informed, but yeah, I can see where that's also a nuisance too. But I mean, I guess in a sense I'm glad they're out there doing that. You know, hopefully they're educating the police. You know, because unfortunately a lot of the government doesn't really realize what the policies are. They think they know. You know, they put on the badge and, you know, they're almighty, you know, overlord, whatever. They don't realize that there's rules or limits to their ruling.
Chris Shore says, yeah, the ones in the UK have arrested him a few times to try to scare him off.
Yeah, that probably didn't work out very well for them. They probably ended up with lawsuits. And I mean, that's another way to make a profit. You know, you're taking your knowledge and you're making a profit from it. Wow, that was kind of rocky. Oh. I like these big jobs, but I don't. I mean, I like them when they're big enough and we have like a normal start time and he's not trying to push the extra hours on us. Yeah, when he figures, okay, we're just going to work an 8-hour day, we get done what we get done in 8 hours.
Chris Shore says, yeah, trespass is a civil offense in the UK and he has a journalist license too, so has a right to film.
Yeah. See, in the United States, it's a little different. If you're in the public on public property, you can film anything you can see from public, and there's nothing they can do about it because there's no expectation of privacy when you can be seen from public. So that's what a lot of the auditors will do, is they'll go on to private or public property Or they'll go on what's called easements for like the power utilities, which is still considered public property. Even though the property itself might be private, that easement for where all the utility lines are is still considered public. So they'll stand on the easement and they'll film onto private property, and that's where the guards come out and the cops come out, and they don't understand easement and law and all that stuff. And they'll be like, "You're on private property," and he's like, "Nope, no, I'm not. You need to figure out what easements are." You know.
Chris Sure says, "Yeah, that's good, Eric. The issue we have in the UK is, say you want to go film a protest, for example, then the police can impose special powers and clear people away even if you're just filming."
Yeah. Yeah, a little different setup over where you guys are. I mean, you know, you could always do what we did and, like, you know, throw a bunch of tea in the harbor, declare your independence. Be like, "Screw you, England, we don't care what you want." Pull a Canada and decide to become part of the United States. What the hell is going on here? Oh, lawn cutting people. Fun, fun, fun. It's the lawn boys.
At Nightbot says, "Hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you."
Yeah, you're going to become Skynet real soon.
Chris Sure says, "LOL, yeah, I can see a revolution happening the way the UK is going, especially when the government treats foreign newcomers better than our own people."
Yeah, damn straight. All right, we're gonna get this other GoPro going. We're gonna put the GoPro 8 out here because the 5 that I had glitched up yesterday. The video didn't stay. It got corrupted. It just one of the damn videos didn't translate. It It was like the first video was really good and everything looked good. The time lapse was good. And then it must have like an auto feature for like separating the files. You know, I think it does. I think I remember that from GoPro, where it'll after every so much time it'll sit here and it'll change it into a different file. Well, the problem is when it did it, it just glitched up. So we're gonna see about using a different camera and see if that doesn't happen today. Cause yeah, it was kind of cool watching.
Chris sure says, "Cool, unleash the GoPro 8."
Yeah. It was kind of cool watching the time lapse, but it kind of sucked that the footage was crap. Kind of made me sad. Alright, let's see. So we got this one. How much battery we got on this puppy? 46%. We got a fully charged GoPro. That should be fine. Actually, I'll put this one on the microphone.
@FryTV says, "Your front cam is zoomed in."
Yeah, they seem to prefer that one-time zoom because they said it shows them more of the road. So yeah, we're just kind of rocking that. But I appreciate it, Fry. Welcome. What did I tell you? 8 o'clock. I told you. Did I not call it?
Chris sure says, @FryTV, good spot. I did not notice that.
Yeah, no, when I was talking to everybody last night, everybody was like, we prefer this, so, because then they get a little bit more view of the highway. I'll be right back in the Simpsons GoPro.
@FryTV says, "Hey, Chris Ayers 007. Chris sure says, "Good morning, Fry, hope you're good." @Sunhoney Studio says, "Morning @FryTV. Lint15 says, "Morning, Fry." @FryTV says, "Hey, @Sunhoney Studio." Derek says, "Hey, Fry and Chris." Chris sure says, @Sunhoney Studio and @Clan 6003, good to see you. @FryTV says, "Hey, @Clan 6003. At Fry TV says, yesterday kicked my ass, let's hope today is better. At Chris Ayers 007. Chris sure says, at Fry TV, hope so mate, don't burn yourself out. Derek says, yeah, yesterday kicked my ass, also sure hope the rest of the week goes better.
hopefully that works. A little time lapse. Thank you very much.
Chris Sure says, welcome back, Eric.
I don't know if it was the SD card, because I mean, it did.
Fry TV says, what brand of SD card do you have in the one that messed up?
I believe it's a SanDisk. It did a 1 minute video, which over a time lapse is like a huge amount of time. And then it did a couple of like 1 second videos. So I don't know if those corrupted or what happened. I mean, I could watch them and they were just and then it did another 1 minute video that was was most of the rest of the day, but I like missed the parts in the middle, so yeah, I don't know. So I'm just I swapped out to one of the better cameras. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of GoPros. Ever since I bought them, they're good if you need them for a 30-second clip. Anything beyond that, I've had nothing but headaches with GoPro. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, firmware's up to date.
Fry TV says, is the firmware up to date?
Yeah. Like I said, I've never had good luck with GoPros. I'm really liking this Action 4. I mean, it's been pretty much, other than the fact that when I first set it up, it worked like shit. Until I figured out I needed to turn the microphone to mono instead of stereo. Once I did that, it's been rock solid ever since. It hooks up to mobile and real easy. I mean, it just does what I ask it to do.
Chris Sure says, Sony Handycam 4K is still great even years later. My friend uses one to record his streams and the quality is still brilliant even 10 years later. @FryTV says, and yes, most GoPro cam are not made to do long vids.
Yeah, but a time lapse where you're only taking a couple seconds of video over time shouldn't stress it out that much. It's not like continuously shooting, you know what I mean? And you can't say it's the temperature because it's only 50 degrees. I mean, how much cooler could you want? I mean, I could understand if we were trying to shoot in 90-degree temperature and the camera's overheating.
@FryTV says, Sony makes good stuff. Chris Ayers 007.
I was gonna go. I mean, I got a feeling that the
Chris Sure says, @FryTV, if I put a link here to that camera, it's still over 200 British pounds even though it's a decade old. It cost my mate $3,000 when it was new, as the tech was very advanced in 2016.
Yeah. No, I've never had a love for GoPros. I just, I picked up the GoPro 8.
Pony Studio says, my main TV is a Bravia by Sony and it's 20 years old.
Yeah, I mean, I picked up the GoPro 8 back when the GoPro 8 was the new hot shit. And I picked up the GoPro 5. I'd gotten one with a broken screen. Some kid, the screen itself isn't broken, it's the ribbon cable that's broken. They had a problem that if you put the memory card in incorrectly, you could accidentally slip it in the wrong area of the slot and it would damage the display cable.
Chris Sure says, I remember when I went to LA in 2012, everyone had those really crappy little iPhone 4S and I had a new Sony Xperia XC Premium and my phone was gigantic. Everyone wanted to know what the hell it was, LOL.
Yeah. So I picked it up for like $10 and then I figured out the touch screen still worked, but I couldn't see anything on the display. So I bought a second one used that had a working touch screen and everything. So that way I could see where I had to touch on the menu to get the wireless feature working. So then I could control it from the app. And it worked fine. Once it was connected to the app on the phone, I could control everything without the screen. So that's how I ended up with 3 GoPros. But like I said, all they've ever been good for is like if you're doing a minute or two video, like if I was at a mudding event and I'm doing a bog run, I would start the recording, I'd run through the mud, and that was it, They're definitely not a camcorder. So I've got no love with the GoPros.
Chris Sure says, the 4K Sony Handycam is still over 500 British pounds on eBay. I just checked, seems they are going up in value, maybe collector's items now.
Yeah.
streams in 4K, but they cost a fortune, sadly.
Well, I'm just trying to do some time-lapse stuff, you know? I'm not trying to do anything overly complicated. I mean, it'd be nice to set one up in the truck and just do like a day in the life as a short, you know? You know, do like a little 1-minute time-lapse video of an 8-hour day, you know? But the damn cameras aren't reliable. I mean, the Hero 8, man, that thing overheats like fucking crazy.
Apparator1 says, "Good morning, you came on 5 o'clock my time in California." Chris sure says, "Yeah, Eric, I get ya."
Yeah.
Good morning, Leroy, good to see you. FryTV says, DSLR cams are not good for video. At Chris Ayers 007, you are talking out your ass, dude.
Some DSLRs are. They've got ones that are specifically designed for that. I mean, Sony made one specifically for vlogging. I mean, in general, I probably agree with you, but I mean, there are specific models that are designed for video.
Apparator1 says, El Radar looks like it's gonna be a nice day, drinking a lot of water, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, we lost all the names for some reason, all the custom tag names. So I gotta re-enter them. I don't know.
FryTV says, LOL, as you want to pay a ton of money, yes.
Yeah. I don't know if exiting the app, if I'm supposed to actually go in someplace and exit it. I usually just quit it, but we had lost all the custom names that I put in yesterday, so I got to put everybody else's back in again. I'll have to see if there's a spot in the menu where it's actually exit the app. Maybe that's what saves everything versus just swiping it away.
Chris sure says, at FryTV, Panasonic Lumix and the Canon EOS Rebel, those are what the pro streamers are using. My friend Chris Shantz from Adventure 4WD uses it for years and he's got a big following in the US. Adler1 says, Leroy says it's a good day. Thank you guys for saying good morning to you too. Everyone share the love. Chris Shore says, Adler1. Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Welcome back to the racetrack. Yeah, when we get up to the asphalt plant, I'll put people's names back in. See if it wants to save this time.
Chris Shore says, his channel is about overlanding. He has lived in a Jeep for the last 10 years now after he had a breakdown and could not take living in an apartment anymore.
Yeah. And he's figured out a way to fund that lifestyle, so good for him.
At Scrap High Off South Law says, Chris claims I am banned from Trucker Bobby's channel, and that is because he is a major troll who likes to mess with people. Trucker Eric obviously iced the sharpest tool and it's just a shame.
I guess I should have put this in subscriber mode again.
Chris claims I am banned from Trucker Bobby's channel, and that is because he is a major troll who likes to mess with people. Trucker Eric obviously iced the sharpest tool and it's just a shame.
We got the T-Move version of trolling back.
At Sunhoney Studio says, I.O. It's off to work I go and hopefully today no one steals an Amazon van and creates chaos like yesterday.
Yep, okay, catch you later, son, honey.
Adler1 says, no, I always had to like and share. My friends are starting to come around and I'm telling them about Mechanic Michael, you know. Chris Shore says, oh look, it's the D-grade troll Scrappy Doo again. Hello.
That's funny. That's funny. I don't care who you are. That's funny right there.
At Fry TV says, big following does not make them good for video. Most DSLR cams get way too hot when doing videos and cost too much when you can just get a handy cam for way less. Adler1 says, I'm sorry I said Mike Eric, I'm just waking up still, I don't even know who I am. They say I'm Leroy.
It's okay, Leroy. We're gonna have fun with this. Hold on one second.
At Fry TV says, while at Sunhoney Studio. At Scrap High Off South Law says, Chris tells some more stories Ferry.
You'll enjoy this, Chris.
Chris sure says, at Fry TV, but the quality is more important for the YouTubers with over 1 million subscribers. Exploring with Josh is another it followed for years, and he always uses DSLR or your favorite, the iPhone.
The iPhone.
At Sun Pony Studio, hopefully your day's work goes well, mate. Scrappy needs to remember the ones who make homophobic jokes are usually gay themselves, lol. Timu Troll says, look, it's Chris.
Timu Troll says. Yep, that's what it says.
Chris sure says, at Scrap High Off South Law, well, I look better than you do. Have you looked in the mirror lately, sir? Fry TV says, next time you want to talk tech, jump on the panel with your toy iPhone at Chris Ayers 007, then we can talk tech. Timu Troll says, gay.
Timu Troll says gay.
Adwarader1 says, Leroy says, I hope you got your credit card working right again. They probably put your money on that credit card for the gas you have to pay for.
Yeah, I gotta check that. I don't remember if I even bothered looking. Not that I'm overly worried about it.
Chris sure says, that Fry TV. At Fry TV says, don't have time to chat all day, but I can talk. Chris sure says, LOL, good one, Eric, haha.
I thought it was. I thought it was funny.
Timu Troll.
Timu Troll.
Timu Troll says, Eric the trucker took my advice and sped up the chat reader at Chris Ayers 007. Did you notice that?
Nope, I didn't speed it up at all. When you get a chance. This is what you owe me for
Some
fuel
life
yesterday.
fairies can say what hey way. what they want. Admirator1 says, Leroy says I'm just trying to look out for you. We need all the help we can get. Chris sure says, very boring Timu troll haha.
It's okay.
Timu troll says, Chris once again no one's paying out to your dork ass. You are a lying fairy. It's a little faster for sure.
No, it's just the exact same.
It's still slow as a snail lol.
That's what I told you.
Chris sure says, at Scrap Eye off South Law, what have you got against fairies? Did they take your tea? LOL Timu troll tried to do personal insults. It don't work dumbasses in the mob haha. Well anyway, Fry did not respond to my video from 1946 showing the Earth's curvature lol. He blanked me on that one, Eric haha.
I don't think he was here when you said it.
At Fry TV says, I asked the dude I kissed last night if I was gay and he said no. At Darlene Crow says, good morning.
Good morning, Darlene. Welcome to the shit show.
At Fry TV says, that was a bad dad joke.
I thought it was kind of funny.
At Stanchilka 272 says, good morning Eric.
Hi, Stan. Good morning to you. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. What's going on fun in your world today?
Chris Shore says, LOL at Fry TV. At Darlene Crow, good morning. says, hey at Darlene Crow. Chris Shore says, at Stanchilka 272 morning welcome in. At Darlene Crow says, morning Chris. Derek says, hi Darlene. Chris Shore says, cheers Darlene. Timu Troll says, Eric the trucker had to turn on the subs because he was so overwhelmed with Chris pretending him a real bad troll.
No, because you're the Timo version of a troll. Any real troll would have subbed up and they would have hit me with multiple accounts and subbed up with those. But that just proved you're not a real good troll.
At Darlene Crow says, good morning Fry TV. Hi Chris. At Stanchilka 272 says, normal day in Alabama.
Ah, that's cool to hear, Stan.
Chris Shore says, at Darlene Crow hope all is well. Timu Troll says, guys like Chris with James Bond in their name usually are dorks who overcompensate.
Aww, Timu Troll doesn't like that you like James Bond. So sad.
Chris, you are a dork with dorky comebacks.
I don't even have to try, I've already been trolling the troll.
Chris Shore says, at Scrap High off South Law LOL.
All I had to do is change his name in TTS and I'm trolling him every time he talks. It's an automatic trolling.
At Fry TV says, like I said at Chris ARS 007 man up and jump on his next panel if you want to talk about the real earth. Stop cherry picking bullshit links. Timu Troll says, you guys just talk but say nothing really.
So, start a conversation. What do you want to talk about that's real? You could have a real conversation, you're just in here trolling.
Already. Chris Shore says, at Fry TV, how is it bullshit when it's literally from a captured German rocket with an old film camera on it showing you the evidence? No CGI back then, my friend. It would not be possible to fake. At Scrap Eye off South Law West Side dealer in Compton, got your fix bro, is you tweaking, haha. You say you're from LA, I used to live in LA, so you must be on Skid Row, haha. At Sweets Things says, checking back in. Made a thumbnail and got my upcoming stream up at Fry TV at Stanchilka 272 GTSY. Timu Troll says, I never said I don't like it. Eric is a retard, you can tell.
Uh-huh.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, he's boring. He is boring. Maybe after the little 5-minute timeout, he'll come back with some actual conversation. But yeah, I don't need that.
Stanchilka 272 says, hey Sweets.
Yeah, but Twitch has got bots that are constantly spamming.
Timu Troll says, there's only a 3-minute lag on this chat, no big deal. What loser has time to watch this? Admirator1 says, no matter where you go, there you troll, there's always one somewhere, lol.
Yeah. We'll fix his wagon. He's not a...
At Fry TV says, hey at Sweets Things.
Let's see. We already know how to get rid of him.
Timu Troll says, what's real is this dumb chat reader?
Yeah.
At Shelly G says, oh my gosh, did we wake up on the wrong side of the bed this morning? Chris Shore says, at Scrap Eye off South Law, you're literally watching right now, you fool. Timu Troll says, what's worse, the chat reader or the user? Actions come 3 minutes later. Chris Ferry.
Yeah. So now it should say subscribers mode if everything worked right.
Who has a life for that? You do. LOL.
And that's how you handle that bullshit.
Limp15 says, and this is why I stay on Twitch. LOL. Chris Shore says, I was gonna do that Eric. LOL. Scrappy getting boring. Same old lines.
Yep.
General Junobi says, Chris booted me because the truth hurts. What dork has time for this?
Chris didn't even boot him, I did. So that's the funny part.
Fry TV says, it does not show shit, so fuck off with that lie. Chris Ayers 007, do yourself a favor and stop posting links cause you look like a fool. General Junobi says, cope harder. Chris Shore says, oh look, he created a new fake account. Eric the General Junobi. LOL. Lint15 says, I get rid of the bots, I got itchy finger. LOL.
Yeah. General Junobi says, LOL, the chat reader is funny. Three minutes later, what loser irk, etc. LOL. Chris Shore says, at Fry TV, you're deputing scientific experiments which were done by highly educated people. You don't have a degree in chemistry or science or math, so should go educate yourself. Respectfully talking. At General Junobi says, Eric is the smart one here, guys. Don't you forget.
At Fry TV says, BRB need to cut the house over to solar.
Alright, see you in a few.
Chris Shore says, okay Fry, run away LOL. Ah, there we go. If they want to troll, they need to sub, haha.
Yeah. He must have.
Adler1 says, I woke up on the right side of my recliner. I don't know why people can't just have a nice day. Chris Shore says, Adler1, yeah, I agree. Timu Troll says, Chris, are you getting called out again? Chris is lying again. Bro, this guy is so slow. I said that 5 minutes ago before the timeout. What total slow adults. Makes you think of old Corky Thatcher. At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. At Fry TV says, like I said, man up Chris and jump on his next panel so I can hand you your ass. You really are a fool.
Well, you guys have been hammering the chat. It's on a 15-second delay between messages. So.
And very low IQ.
I mean, it just gives me time to catch up. So.
Chris Shore says, LOL, did Scrappy sub to the channel? Timu Troll says, Chris is a total FIG. Chris Sure says, the subscribers only mode went off Eric LOL.
Yeah.
Trix FM says, it's a full-time job with the bots. Adler1 says, if you don't want the stuff to stick to your truck, you want to make sure it's all sprayed down good. He probably had to kick the tire first.
Level 3.
James Bond says, at Fry TV you remind me of Jordan Peterson. He was a know-it-all until Professor Richard Dawkins schooled him. I'm an atheist so we can debate that one too LOL. At Fry TV says, yes the chat really is on the
Alright, we're gonna play Whack-A-Troll.
At General Junobi says, at Fry TV it is on retard mode.
Yeah, automatic 24-hour ban for any troll coming into the channel that can't be respectful within a couple of messages. I'm done with it.
At Chris Ayers 007 douchebag.
Yep. Automatic 24-hour timeout. I'm not putting up with the stupidity. They get
James Bond says,
three-strike
I would
rule.
not mind the trolling if the trolling was good. Haha, so boring. Why do we get the Temu trolls?
Yep. Yep. So, automatic 24-hour ban, timeout.
At Fry TV says, what the fuck? At Chris Ayers 007 stop timing people out.
I'm the one timing you out. I'm the one timing people out.
Lint 15 says, LOL Fry you get them guy. James Bond says, at Fry TV that was a troll there.
Yeah, no, I timed that guy out. I was done with them. I'd already timed them out already. So it's okay. No, Fry just knows that I normally don't like timing anybody out. Normally, you know, like I said, we get it. Normally, we used to get a better class of trolls.
James Bond says, Fry is in a very bad mood today. Get some sleep, mate, if you can't talk respectful. If not, swore at you once, mate, as I get it, you're stressed out, but please don't take it out on me.
Alright, well, you guys need to stop fighting now, because, I mean, Fry's been with this channel for a really long time. So you got to show him a little bit of respect. I mean, I understand you want to have some fun with him. Hold on 1 second.
At Washboard Man says, hello from France.
Hello, Washboard Man. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat.
At Fat Patrol says, Chris is rude.
Whack-a-troll.
Arrogant. At Fat Patrol says, crass.
Yeah.
James Bond says, LOL, another lowbrow troll there.
Yep. I guess we're on whack-a-troll mode today. But it's okay. This guy's still on his power trip. He decides to have a bathroom break while he's loading me.
Ad Washboard Man says, in France it is 4:15 p.m. It is Thursday afternoon.
10-4 on that. It is it's 9:17 Thursday now, a.m. here in Wisconsin.
James Bond says, LOL, he's still holding the grudge, Eric.
I guess so. It is what it is.
Ad Washboard Man, welcome in. Ad Washboard Man says, thank you.
Yeah. Ah. Yeah, so we finally got the plant running. So that's the plant running on all its glory.
James Bond says, cool. At Washboard Man says, thank you for sharing this environment.
Ready on 3.
James Bond says, at Washboard Man, thanks for watching. We appreciate you joining us, friend.
Yes, we do. We're just taking a little break from talking. Phone call. Hey Mike, how you doing? I feel ya. I got a feeling that you didn't get a chance to look at the truck, huh? Yeah. Yeah, the clutch brake's just gone. It doesn't work at all. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely it's getting worse now. Now where it's it used to be like if I shut it off and I started right back up after like a minute or two, it was fine. Now it's like every single time I'm having to pretty much put my foot to the floor, and then it's just such a long crank, you know, to get it to catch. Not that I've noticed, I mean, yeah. Yeah, and it's a possibility. I mean, it just, all of a sudden it just appeared and it was like, okay, well, what the hell's going on here? So, you know, I checked the air filter. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I mean, I filled the truck up last night, and I just went a couple of miles over to where I had to park it, you know, for the night. And when I fired it up this morning, I still had to put my foot all the way into it, and the gauge showed full. Yeah, and after I filled it up at the gas station, you know, I still, you know, even right there, I had to put my foot into it to get her to start. So yeah, it's, yeah, I mean, I changed, or I took the air filter out. I blew all the dust out, because yeah, it was pretty well packed in there. But I took the air compressor and actually blew it out from the inside, and you know, got it to where like there was no dust coming out anymore. And she seemed fine after that. But then, you know, then the next day she was off back doing her shit again. Yeah. Yeah. And the crazy thing is it runs and drives fine once it starts. Yeah, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. So, yeah, no, I'll try pumping the clutch, see if maybe there's maybe we got to do a flush on the clutch fluid. For the brake line fluid, maybe there's water or contaminant in it or something. Okay. Yeah.
Adsat Marco 2X says, "Hi there sir, I am in Flanders, Belgium.
Yeah.
I hope you have a great day."
Alright, cool beans. I'll let you know when I get a chance to stop and pump the clutch, and we'll figure it out. Alright? Alright, thanks Mike. Alright, bye. Good morning, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Thank you for coming
James
in.
Wong says, At SatMarco2X, welcome to the channel. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't normally do subscriber only mode. It just we had a few trolls that were being persistent, and it's one of the easiest ways to get rid of them is just to turn on subscriber mode. A lot of them won't take the time to subscribe. Which is funny because usually when somebody subscribes, obviously people are having to subscribe to talk. Stream Elements usually comes in and says you've got a new subscriber or something. So I'm surprised that's not saying anything. All this technology.
At SatMarco2X says, my pleasure, God bless you all.
Yep. Thank you.
At Washboard Man says, until next time, have a good trip and be careful.
I thank you, Washboard Man. Sorry. Yeah, usually chat's a little bit more lively. We just, I guess we're reeling from dealing with trolls a little bit, so we're all just kind of taking a break and just relaxing for a few minutes.
James Bond says, at SatMarco2X cheers, and at Washboard Man thanks for being here. See you soon.
Yeah. Just is what it is. So I was talking to the mechanic because we're having an issue where on a semi, because you don't have a synchronized transmission, there's a device on the clutch called the clutch brake. Okay, what that does is when I push the clutch all the way to the floor, it stops the transmission from spinning. So you only use it.
Washboard Man says, no problem, my friend.
Cool beans. So you only use it when you're at a complete stop to get the transmission to stop spinning, so you can actually get the gears into gear. Because if it's spinning, they just grind, Well, mine.
Derek says, I'm still here just working around the house getting things done.
Gotcha, Derek. So mine hasn't been working. It just, in the last couple of days, it's acted stupid and it's not working properly. So I'm having to slam the shifter into gears.
James Bond says, at Washboard Man thanks.
Which is not a good solution, but it's what I'm having to do. Or I'm having to put it into gear before I come to a stop, and then I'm having to keep my foot on the clutch the entire time. So the mechanic's saying that he thinks that the possibility is that being that it's a hydraulic clutch, we've got a clutch master, which would be like similar to a brake master, and you've got a clutch slave, which is, on the other end, which would be like a caliper or a wheel cylinder for all intents and purposes. So when I push the pedal, the mechanical energy is converted into hydraulic energy and goes down to the slave cylinder and actually disengages the clutch. Well, if the seals are starting to go in either the clutch master or the clutch slave, there's a built-up pressure that stays on the hydraulic line. And if that pressure is not holding, or if I've got a little air or moisture or something that's in that fluid, what could be happening is when I'm pushing the pedal, I'm not getting full engagement, full movement. and because I'm not getting the full movement, it's not pushing the clutch back far enough to engage that clutch brake. So that's problem number one. So the mechanic's recommending that I pump, kind of like when you're pumping up brakes. If you ever had bad brakes, sometimes if you pump them before you like completely apply them, you'll get a little firmer pedal temporarily. So his recommendation is next time I get to a spot where I got to put it in, pump the clutch pedal a few times and see if the trans brake engages. The other problem we're having is, I don't know if you guys have noticed that when I start the truck, it's taking a very long time to start. So he's gonna have to look into that. It's a possibility that the check valve that's supposed to keep the fuel from draining back to the tank has failed. So basically when we're cranking, we're siphoning fuel from the tank, and that's why it's taking so long to start. It's because that pressure isn't right there at the pump. So yeah, we're having a few problems with the truck. So at the next stoplight, if I, or at the job site, when I got to go put it back into gear, I got to try to pump the clutch and see if it engages the trans brake, which then will kind of tell us.
James Bond says, I used to get that in my old diesel car. It would crank but no start. It was a crankcase sensor that failed, but not sure an old truck will have that on it.
Yeah. Well, we probably have a crank sensor too, but it seems more like it's a fuel problem.
Awesome at Clint 6003. You enjoying the drama? LOL. James Bond says, yeah, could be fuel pump.
Or it could even be a fuel filter. I mean, you know, if you think about it, we ran the tank pretty freaking low, so could have been some garbage in the bottom of the tank. I mean, I might have to go and take a look at the fuel filters. But I mean, I think it was doing that before we ran her low. So I'm not sure if that's a related issue. Because I think we were having that problem prior to that.
Derek says, LOL.
Yeah.
James Bond says, yeah, could have sucked sludge up.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, them filters are pretty. There's two of them, and especially the water separator filter. It's kind of designed where the entire housing doesn't fill up.
At 6003 we had D-grade trolls in here. They could not even give us good insults, haha.
Yeah. So the water separator filter that also works as a fuel filter, it's a see-through plastic container, so you can see the filter in a sense. So as the filter fills up and gets dirty, the fuel level will actually rise to get to the point where there's new filter material.
Derek says, I heard that, Chris. LOL.
Yeah. So I'd be really surprised if that filter would be fully full of crap. So we'll just have to see what happens when I get back to the job site, whether or not pumping
James
the
Bond
clutch
says,
works.
Act Clan 6003 LOL. Eric needs to ask Fry to invent a fake account and do trolling, as at least he's educated and will come up with good insults, LOL.
Yeah.
Fry TV says, I would change the air and fuel filters both just to see if that helps, cause this all started when you got fueled that one night.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I mean, it's not going to do anything about the clutch, but yeah. Not the worst idea in the world.
James Bond says, ah, speak of the devil.
Yeah, maybe I'll take the truck home tonight and stop by the dealership and grab some new filters.
Very true, Fry.
It's actually probably not a bad idea. I mean, it is what it is. Forgot my trucker headset at home, unfortunately, so I don't have it with me. Parts department, please.
James Bond says, I hate working on diesel engines, so complex compared
Yep. Fuel and air. Yep. The water separator, the fuel filter, and the air filter. All right. Do you have them all in stock? That's fine. Okay. 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 We're having some problems with the truck, and it always seems to be a fuel issue. So we're just going through the bang over of, let's change these filters and see if it changes the outcome before we start sticking a crap load of money into it. Okay. I'd like to get both. I don't know. We've only been running the outer filter because nobody ever seems to have the inner filter in stock. There's a center cartridge that's listed on the actual on the air cover housing that goes in the center, and then you've got the bigger outer filter. That center filter, nobody ever seems to have it, so we've only ever run the big outer filter. No, for the air filter. Yeah, the air filter. They got the big outer round filter, and then they got like the skinny center cartridge. Yeah, we haven't been running it because nobody's ever got it in stock. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I mean, we desperately need the outer one, but, or at least that's what I'm going to change. But if you happen to have the inner one, I'll probably grab that too. Yep. Yeah, no, there's a part number, just like on a lot of the skidsters and stuff. You'll have that center cartridge that kind of engages into the center hole. Yeah. I mean, as soon as I get to the job site, I can send you back a picture of the part number because it's listed right on the housing for that center filter. But yeah, nobody ever, I don't know if somebody just decided that it wasn't worth making, or if it's unattainium, you know. But yeah, nobody ever seems to have it. Okay. I mean, I guess for now, just, you know, do you have the outer filter? Okay. Alright, yeah. I'll see if I can get somebody down there to pick it up pretty soon. Otherwise, I'll have to pick it up after work today myself. So if you can just put that stuff off the side. Alright, what time does the parts department close again? 8 o'clock, gotcha. Alright, cool beans. I'll when I get back to the shop or to the job site, I'll send you a picture just to see what you can find. Alright? Alright, cool beans. Thank you, sir. Alright, bye-bye. Alright, sorry about that. I had to turn off TTS. And yes, I did see your messages. Yeah, if it wasn't me, it wouldn't be so bad to bleed a clutch. Being that it's only me, I mean, I could gravity bleed it, I guess. Just put fluid in, crack the bleeder, just let gravity bleed it out. But if I end up having to pump bleed it, then that's a little bit more of an issue. Being only me. Air entering the fuel system because it ran low is a possibility, but usually if that happens, then you gotta force the pressure back to the tank, or manually prime it and crack the injectors, because it's just not going to start at all. It starts, it runs, so it's purged whatever air's there. So either the pickup feed has a crack in it and it's losing prime, or more likely the check valve that's supposed to keep prime is failed. Or, the mechanic's saying the injector cup could be bad. I mean, unfortunately, there's so many things that could be wrong with these big trucks. And it's beyond my purview. I'm not changing out injector cups. You know, and I don't have the time to monkey with this. It needs to get fixed and just done. So a lot of this stuff it'll have to go into the shop. So
James Bond says, yeah, usually it would not start again if had air in it, so AI Overlord is wrong, haha.
yeah. So I mean, if there's a crack in it, you know, like a little crack, and that's why it's losing prime, you know, it's possible. But you know, this doesn't have an electric, unfortunately, it doesn't have an electric lift pump. So because there is no electric lift pump, it's 100%. You know, honestly, I should just go get a fucking electric lift pump. I can't tell you how many times pieces of equipment that don't have it, I've manually put an electric lift pump in, and it fucking, everything's perfect, it's happy. Doesn't matter, whatever problem it had, it just fucking works from there on out. You know, I don't know why these companies ever made diesels without some type of electric lift pump. It just blows my mind. I had a buddy that had a skidster that had a problem. You know, had a fuel problem. We just threw an electric fuel pump in there, and fucking has been perfect for years. A guy that had a dozer, same thing. It was always a pain in the ass to start. We spliced in an electric fuel pump in the line.
James Bond says,
and it's been fine. You know, so many problems can be just overcome by just adding an electric fuel pump to the diesel system. An electric lift pump. And it's probably why all the new trucks tend to have that. I mean, it does add one more point of failure, unfortunately. Maybe that's why it saves them money that they don't put it in, because they don't feel it's necessary. But I don't know. But the crazy thing is, once it's running, it runs fine. I don't know. I'm not seeing any fuel leaking on the ground. I mean, I don't know if it's just me or, you know, whatnot. It does seem like it's consuming a lot of fuel. I mean, I do only have a 100-gallon tank, but I'm going to get out, I'm going to check the oil, I'm going to make sure that we're not saturating the oil and that we're not overfilled. I'm going to do some checks when we get back to this job site real quick. And unfortunately, I can't take you guys outside of the truck because I've tried. I tried yesterday. You missed it, Chris. Last night's stream, I took the router, I stuck it outside. I tried disconnecting the WeBoost, thinking that maybe it was interfering. I routed the router as a Wi-Fi extender outside of the truck. And nothing I did would keep the fucking stream
James Bond
stable.
says, okay, Eric.
Nothing I did would keep the stream stable outside the truck. Which is crazy. Although that repeater thing, I did forget that the phone was on the was connected through the repeater. I should have probably connected the phone to the hotspot and then had the repeater. So I might test that one of these days. Because thinking about that wouldn't have helped if the phone was struggling to get out of the truck. Even though my connection from the streaming device to the router outside might have been good, if the connection between the phone and that router was bad, then it would have been bad.
James Bond says, that's weird it didn't work.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but I didn't think about that. I still had the phone connected to the router, and I stuck the router outside, so the connection between the phone and the router could have been the problem. Even though the router was connected to the hotspot. Oh yeah, we gotta try pumping the clutch to see if that makes it better. Nope. Nope. Just gotta jam it into fucking gear.
James Bond says, ask Fry on that as he's the wizard with the tech here.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's either the slave cylinder master or the clutch brake. Alright, I'm going to go out and figure out what's going on here, do some checks. So I'll be right back. Where's my roll of paper towel? Ah, crap. I didn't want that to happen. Get back here. Get back here. Damn you, bag. I got too much shit in this damn truck. I need some storage bins. That's what I need. I need some storage bins. There's my roll. Alright, I'll be right back.
James Bond says, "Okay, Eric." At Fry TV says, "Turn zoom off so we can see more." At Brett Boyle says, "Good morning everyone."
Hey Brett, good morning.
Like 19. At Fry TV says, "Hey at Brett Boyle." At Brett Boyle says, "Like, subscribe, share." Howdy there, Fry. James Bond says, "Good day at Brett Boyle, nice to see you." At Brett Boyle says, "Cheers, Chris." James Bond says, "At Brett Boyle, you're welcome, mate." At Brett Boyle says, looking like another beautiful day in southern Canada there, Eric. James Bond says, LOL Brett. At Brett Boyle says, laughing face emoji.
let's see how she wants to start. I'm going to do it with no gas. With no touching the accelerator pedal. We'll see how long this puppy wants to act up. Oh, I guess I didn't have to hit the accelerator pedal, but that's still a really extended crank. Pump the clutch again. Nope. Just jam it in gear. All right. Call Mike, tell him. He says he looked at the truck, but I got a feeling he never even touched it. He gets busy, and I think that's what happened. Is he got busy, he never had a chance to look at it. Instead of just saying he never looked at it, you know, he's blowing smoke up my ass, which is what it is. So we will call Mr. Mike. Oh, man. Let's get this bag back where it needs to go before it falls and causes problems of its own. Yeah, I tried pumping it up. That didn't work. So...
At Fry TV says, how did the oil smell?
I couldn't smell anything. I don't know why. Maybe it's because my nose is a little screwed up. I didn't smell fuel. It looked thin though. I didn't like that.
At Brett Boyle says, pump it up.
Hey, I pumped the shit out of the clutch pedal. Made absolutely no difference. No, made absolutely no difference. I mean, I pumped. Yep. Yeah, and then I'm also lifting my foot completely off the pedal so that it can catch more fluid. So I'm coming completely off the pedal, and then I'm putting it all the way to the floor. So yep, yep.
At Brett Boyle says, pump.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I just wanted to give you a heads up. We're in Manitowoc. Well, we're in Manitowoc, but I'm running loads right now. I said I'm running loads right now. I'm in Manitowoc. Hold on one second. Let me see. Oh, here. I was on Wi-Fi calling, so it was probably screwing it up. You should be able to hear me better now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was literally put in end of last year. They did that, and then you did the transmission. So, I mean, yeah. 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 I think we ended up, I think it was Crete. I think it just came down to a time thing, and Crete had the availability. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I could come over right now if you got the couple of minutes to look. Okay. Yeah, because I'm literally right by the freeway. So I'll be over there in just a few minutes. All right, bye. All right, so we're going to the mechanic shop. He's going to take a look at the clutch real quick. And we're going from there. Sorry, I turned off TTS when I'm in a call. Yeah, it's just really annoying every time I stop and I pull it out of gear, I gotta slam it in. Which is not good for the transmission in any way. So, he's probably gonna take the inspection cover off, have me push the clutch in and see what happens. I normally wouldn't do it right now, but I mean, it's not that far out of the way.
James Hahn says, okay, Eric.
And a couple of minutes isn't going to kill us. Because by the time I get off of work, he's not going to be available. So we might as well do it now. I'm gonna have him check the oil too. He's got a little bit more experience with it. To me, it didn't look right. So if we do have an injector problem and it's getting into the oil, you know, hopefully he'll have seen that sign before. Turn off TTS for a minute, just so we don't freak him out. I'm gonna go inside and figure out what's going on, make sure he knows I'm here. Oh, here he comes. I figured you wanted to watch the engagement. Be right back. Alright. Sorry. All the way to the floor. Okay. What's going on?
Yeah, it's touching the clutch brake.
Okay.
The tin in the clutch brake's fucking gone. I gotta get a new 2-piece clutch brake here for it.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's actually not the end of the world there.
All right.
Fucking thing. No, I'll get one of my good ones here. I should probably have it here. I should have it in stock, but they fucking sent the wrong goddamn ones.
Okay.
No, I'll get one of the good ones here. I'll have it here tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, clutch brake ripped itself out.
Can you do me one more favor and check the oil on this? I didn't like the way it looked. I just want to make sure that the diesel isn't going into the oil, and I figure you got more experience
Oh, yeah.
seeing what it looks like, but it looked kind of funny to me. We just had the oil change done.
Well, these ones here, when the injector cups start leaking, they usually don't leak back into the diesel fuel at all.
Okay.
No, basically, what happens is they get air into the return side, and then allows the air to come into the system through the injector O-rings.
Gotcha.
Through. But almost these ones aren't prone to.
Was anyone else looking forward to freaking out the mechanic with the GTS besides me?
There's nothing there. She feels good.
Okay. It just had a weird color to it, the way it was coming out on the stick. Usually it's solid, solid color.
It's kind of a little, well,
Yeah.
when the oil expands by trying to angle here too, well, right now it is, but no, you see that little bit of bubbling as you probably see.
Yeah.
But no, these dipsticks kind of suck actually.
Yeah.
But
Well,
no,
that's
no,
why I
like said,
figured I'd
she's-
ask you.
No, you'd be able to feel it, like a little grittiness. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? But no, that's not a problem there. Like I said,
Alright.
these ones here, when those cups start leaking, they don't really leak internally, well, into the engine oil part of it.
Yeah.
So.
So she will start without me putting a foot on the gas.
Well, I got this, hang on 1 second here.
Okay.
Oh, she's dry. Okay. No, what I was looking at here is actually my little plastic cap behind my primer pump. If I had wetness on here or wetness on here, these little caps had a tendency to kind of leak sometimes, or my primer pump, I'd see dampness and a little bit of wetness around here.
Yeah.
And I don't see any of that.
Okay.
And that's not a good sign. But the other thing too is these fuckers use plastic hoses all the damn time, or plastic lines.
Well, we're gonna change out all the filters because this thing's always had a filter issue. It's constant, so we're just gonna start there and at least eliminate that as a possibility.
Okay.
So we ordered new filters. We're gonna put new
Yeah,
the water separator. We're gonna put the fuel filter and a new air filter in.
Yeah, I don't see any real wetness. I got a little dampness on this one. Yeah, start with that first.
Yeah.
No, unfortunately. Yeah.
You're fine.
These fuckers-
Does that shock look like it's blown to you?
Yeah, it does.
That's a brand new shock.
Yeah, she's popped right.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's a brand spanking new shock.
Yeah, Accurate just did all that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Accurate just replaced that.
Yeah, that's under warranty still.
Yeah, I'll have to call them up and be like, just sucks because I don't want to have to
Yeah,
go all the way to
well-
Appleton to get one.
Yeah, let's. I don't think we have to change it.
Oh, I know.
Let's just want to send one down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if they're willing to.
Yeah. No, unfortunately. Well, don't worry, there's still in the pump here, there's still a relief inside there which could be causing a problem.
Yeah.
Like I said, they have too much of a clusterfuck on these things instead of making them simple.
Yeah.
And I've already had them where the valve body, or the valving inside this filter housing
Yeah.
has fucking problems. Now, had a single filter or double?
This is a single filter.
Okay. Because now they got a back plate on the back one.
Yeah.
Which that organ has a tendency to dry up, especially when you change the filter on.
Gotcha.
So that one has a tendency to dry up and cause a freaking fuel drain back issue.
Yeah.
But I don't see any wetness on him either. And that one I see a little bit of wetness on too. No, the Volvos aren't bad engines. It's some of the stupid shit they did.
Yeah, some of the stupid shit they did.
Especially all their goddamn banjo fittings and shit like that.
Yeah.
It's all these extra little places for these things to fucking suck air.
I just can't believe they just don't throw a freaking electric lift pump in them.
I ended up doing that one guy's truck there, put a fast system on it.
Yeah.
Took the primary filter off, or the
Yeah.
one, took that one off, put a fast system on, it has 2 more filters, and it's a fucking primer pump.
And it just fucking, no problems after
No
that, right?
problems.
Yeah. I don't know why they don't do it.
And another thing too, it gets the air out of the system.
Yep.
So actually the truck in all rallies runs better now.
Yep. All right, thank you, Mike. All right, catch you later.
That fan system, it's about $1,000 installed on one of those things.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So see what if you think wants to do it that road.
You know, I mean, this truck has always had fuel issues, and I know, and it's because it's a suction system instead of electric.
Yep.
So I mean, that might be worth it. Now, is that so? That's $1,000 for the parts and installed.
Yep, and installing.
All right.
Yeah, so really not, well, let me double check on that to make 100% sure
Okay.
here.
Let me know.
Yeah, but yeah, like I said, I've added a couple systems in. It used to be really popular on the old N14s
Yeah.
with that, the suction system only. ISXs, got primer pumps, electric pumps on them.
Okay.
But no, the guys fucking love them. That and the old Cats used to do it all the time.
All right. I got to get going. Thanks, Mike. So there we go. So the clutch master, or the clutch, I'm surprised you didn't stay to listen to this start. There we go. It started better. So the trans brake is broken. Whatever happened, I don't think I did it. It's possible somebody else, like the boss, got on it and moved it or something or whatever. But somebody tried to stop the truck with the clutch. That's basically what the story is. If you push the clutch all the way to the floor while you're rolling, the little clutch brake, which is only a piece about yay big, that's only meant to stop the transmission from spinning, tries to stop the entire truck, and it destroys that trans brake. So the trans brake is broken.
Says, see you soon, Brett.
Yeah, see you soon, Brett. So the trans brake is toast. So he's ordering another one. And then we're gonna try changing out the fuel filters and see where that is. But he's also recommending changing to what's called a fast fuel system. They do it a lot on like the Dodges with the Cummins and stuff like that. It's an auxiliary filtering system that also has its own lift pump, which is what I was discussing too. So I don't know how much of the conversation you guys were able to pick up. I took the mic with me, so hopefully you guys got to hear what he had to say about stuff. But that's where we're at. So he says the oil looks fine, which he's the expert when it comes to that. I mean, that's his bread and butter. So I'm not gonna second guess him on that. To me, it looked a little weird. It didn't have a consistent color. It definitely looked like it was 2 different oils mixing, in my opinion. Kind of like when you first do an oil change and you got really clean oil in there, and then you got kind of some dirty oil. Sometimes the oil look funny. I mean, I guess the oil isn't that old on this truck, but I mean, we've also put a decent amount of mileage on here. So you would think that it wouldn't be that situation where it's like fresh oil. I mean, hell, we're probably well over 3,000 miles already, just from running up and down between Green Bay and stuff. So yeah. shit. Missed the gear. Jam it in. So he's got a trans brake coming for tomorrow. So I'll be taking it back. Let's see.
At Brett Boyle says, okay back, had to go check my truck. Looked like my girlfriend parked so close to me I couldn't get in it on driver's side. LOL, we good though.
Alright, cool beans. So were you guys able to hear what he was saying when I was outside of the truck?
At Brett Boyle says, I brought a tape measure and was preparing to shame her. Sigh. Oh well, another day.
Yeah.
James Bond says, LOL at Brett Boyle. Derek says, some. At Fry TV says, yes, I could hear him.
Alright.
At Brett Boyle says, we could mostly hear.
Yeah. That's good.
James Bond says, yeah, we heard him, Eric, and well, I be back in a while. Need to get some stuff done here, Eric.
Alright, cool beans, Chris. See you in a bit.
At Brett Boyle says, cheers, Chris.
Yeah, it's crazy, Fry. Yesterday, I had the S23. I'd gone into the settings. I went into developer options. I set it up so that app could never go, the Moblin app that links to the phone could never go to sleep, you know, the whole 9 yards. And it worked flawlessly yesterday. Today, I've had to restart its connection twice. So I'm not sure why. And I've got it to where the screen doesn't turn off. The phone doesn't go
James
to sleep.
Bond says, cheers, Eric and Brett.
So yeah, I'm really bewildered why the S23 keeps disconnecting from the stream.
Cheers, Eric and Brett.
just had to shoot off a quick text. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Busy day, busy day. So I gotta kind of call the alignment shop that put the shocks in. I suppose I should look that up real quick. Call them quick and say, hey, we got a blown shock. And go from there. So I suppose I should do that real quick. This is where not having my headset sucks. Alright.
Fry TV says, sounds like you will have to look at putting that SIM in a hot spot if that phone will not stay away.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly how to deal with that. So, I don't know. Yesterday was rock solid, so who knows. I'm going to mute for a second to deal with this real quick. we're getting it under warranty, so that's a nice thing. I just have to put it on myself. Well, at least the shock, the leaking shock. Fun. Everybody's super quiet today. It's strange. So that's what I do. You know, I deal with issues. You know, I found out there's a blown shock. I call the place. I deal with the warranty stuff. I get the new shock coming. I'll install it. It's not a big deal to put a shock on. You know, take the truck over to the mechanic. You know, he diagnosed what's wrong. At least he diagnosed what's wrong with the clutch. So we'll get that fixed. That'll be fixed on Friday. So that's nice. So there we go. Looks like Chad had disconnected for a second. So yeah. I wonder if the phone's getting surged when I start the truck. Because I seem to notice that connection error on the S23 is happening possibly like right after I start the truck. I'm gonna have to bring an extra battery pack tomorrow and see if that stupid phone will stay going if it's on a battery pack. You know, diagnostic. You know, gotta diagnose stuff. Gotta love the diagnostics.
Test and turn.
Yeah. Test and turn. Yep. It's just too bad I can't have both SIM slots working at the exact same time on the phone. You know, the eSIM and the regular SIM. It's nice that it's got fall over, so like if I'm on the T-Mobile SIM and I've got no data, it'll automatically switch to the Verizon SIM or the AT&T SIM that's on the phone, but it won't use both at the same time. So I mean, that's nice. It's nice that it's got fallover protection, but yeah, it's crazy that it won't use both. I mean, it shows me signal bars for both. Yeah, but I think iPhone developed a bug in that last update I did on the phone. Because there used to be a feature where I could sit here and I could go into my apps. I could go into my apps and I could type in you know, the name of an app, you know, like Twitch. And it would pull it up. And
Skynet says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
And I mean, as you can see, I did a search for Twitch and there's no Twitch showing up. So I don't know. I'll have to.
Talking Hen says, good morning from California.
Good morning. How you doing, Talking Hands? Running low on water.
Red Oil says, morning hands.
Yeah, I can see the windshield's gotten picked up a lot of bugs. When I get over to the asphalt plant, I'll get out and I'll show you me cleaning the window. So, you know, I bought a fancy dancy squeegee for me to do that. So we'll get you guys all cleaned up. Get them bugs off the windshield. Yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with that purchase. It works pretty well. I spray a little Windex on it, I go after the windshield and I squeegee it away and it works really good.
Heartland Trucking USA says, what happened to your spotter mirror?
The other driver, for some reason, thought it needed duct tape on it because he thought the mirror was going to fall out. And, I mean, when the suspension was bad on this truck, it used to shake really bad. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just, he likes to fix everything with duct tape and super glue. So he just put it on there, but I could probably take it off. It didn't seem like it wanted to fall out, at least to me, but that was his fix. I just have not, it hasn't bothered me enough because I use my main mirrors. I don't really use the spotter mirrors. I very rarely ever look at them, so it's kind of they're there, but like I said, I use my primary mirrors. By the way, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat there, Gary. Good to see you.
Heartland Trucking USA says, wife says hello from a nice warm Texas weather and getting a tan Lameo.
Yep, we're having almost a nice 60-degree day. The truck says it's 62 right now. The setup on the phone, according to the web, says it's 59. So
Trix FM says, hey at Heartland Trucking USA.
So we are having a heat wave.
Heartland Trucking USA says, what up at Trix FM? Red Boyle says, 63F here so far at 10 a.m. Heartland Trucking USA says, I might have a spare scooter mirror for you to replace that taped up on.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it just hasn't been a high priority, so I mean, I'm pretty sure the boss wouldn't be mad if I fixed it. You know, he definitely likes to have the look. You know, he wants everything to look good, so probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
Heartland Trucking USA says, otherwise just drop the truck off and I'll pitch it out and give the truck back in a few weeks, Leo.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to work out. Pretty sure the boss would have a problem if the truck was down for a couple of weeks for a mirror while you're out running it, working the truck. Been a long week, lots of long days, but that means more cha-ching in my pocket, so that's always good. I like the cha-ching.
Heartland Trucking USA says, well, I need to haul gravel up north and all and get the bolts loose one by one. You know how it goes with repairs, LOL.
Yeah. Yep, I feel ya. Put some penetrating oil on it, take it for a couple of test runs to have the suspension help loosen up the bolts from driving. I get you. I fully understand. I mean, if you actually do need loads moved, as long as you're willing to pay for the fuel, I could probably do it on a weekend sometime.
Heartland Trucking USA says, yes indeed, see you know how it goes, Leo.
Yeah. But to be perfectly honest, it might be more cost effective to just pay somebody to deliver stone. Because wherever you need it, there's probably somebody local that delivers. Once you factor in the price of the fuel and whatever.
Heartland Trucking USA says, BTW Carmen went through her first weight scale with flying colors and has done very well driving the truck.
Cool beans. Yeah, like I said, when she was driving with us, and she corrected after I told her, the only bad thing she was doing is she was riding the emergency lane. Like she'd have a tire on the emergency lane, but I kind of I told her, just check your mirrors because you can see where the lines are, and just make sure you're center.
Heartland Trucking USA says, a load of gravel with delivery was about $600.
Yeah, a load of gravel in this truck's about $200 a load, so it depends on how many loads you need. But yeah, I told her to check your mirrors and see where your lines are, and then find a spot on the hood.
Sun Zero Me says, go Carmen, go.
Yeah. Find a spot on the hood where the line intersects, and as long as you know that line is cutting across the mirror or the hood, you know your center. And once I told her that, she did great the rest of the day.
Heartland Trucking USA says, yes, she has gotten better on that.
Yeah. So, yeah, no complaints. That was the only thing. And
Hey at Sun Zero Me morning.
Hey, son, honey. Nice to see you. Somebody else had popped in there too. What was it? I could have swore somebody else said something.
Sun Zero Me says, hey at Heartland Kingusa.
Okay, that's weird. Like I said, you know, it
Trish
says the
FM
primary
says,
filter
hey
and
at Sun
secondary
Zero
filter,
Me.
so whatever.
Heartland Trucking USA says, we on Twitch we're family here. Just moved completely to Twitch Eric Mayo.
Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, but I don't want to abandon my YouTube followers, you know.
Sun Zero Me says, hey is at tricks working and lurking.
Gotcha. So the parts guy called me back on the truck, and I don't know if you guys heard me talk
That
about.
Sweets thing says, okay, checking back in. Got the long cod. My stream is up and running. Now to make lunch and help hubby pack to go up north.
Cool beans, sweets.
Heartland Trucking USA says, well I know how that is. Everyone in YouTube is so keen to stay there on screw to then find a real platform like Twitch.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you still stream on YouTube, so I mean, you know, like I said, that's where most of my followers are, you know. So as I was saying, so I've called other places, and there's an inner filter and an outer filter. Nobody ever seems to have the inner filter, but I've had parts stores be like, "Oh yeah, we can order it," and this guy's telling me it doesn't exist, and I'm like, "Well, the part number's right on the filter, or on the filter
Heartland
housing."
Trucking USA says, occasionally not full time.
Yeah. I mean, the part number is right on the stupid filter housing. So, I mean, the manufacturer obviously wants that secondary filter installed. But, I don't know. I may just have to Google it, call it a day, order it myself. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen it online, too. I just, for whatever reason, just hadn't gotten around to ordering it.
Heartland Trucking USA says, you talking about the fuel separation filter?
No, I'm talking about the air filter, the housing. There's a smaller cartridge that goes in the center, and then there's the big honking filter. Nobody ever seems to have the small center one that goes in the filter housing. They've only got the very large one. So, I don't know. Sorry, I stepped out of the truck with the mic. Brett Boyle says, do you find benefits or drawbacks streaming one platform specifically, or are they all kind of the same? I don't like that Twitch, I can't easily make somebody a moderator without going to the main page and actually doing it through the web interface. That kind of sucks. Otherwise, I mean, it's pretty simple. I just press a couple buttons and I'm live. So it's not the end of the world.
Heartland Trucking USA says, I have yet to see the small filter. Both Volvo trucks I own only have the huge filter only. I'll have to check the decal to see if it has a filter. Otherwise, give them the VIN number of the truck.
I gave him the part number right off the filter. So, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and then I'm going to clean the windshield, and then I'll be right back. So, you guys get to watch me wash the windshield.
Heartland Trucking USA says, if you're on Twitch you can add them on your mobile on Twitch in the chat to add them as a mod.
Let's get our little washy stick. Get our washy fluid. And we're going to wash the windows. Wash the windows. And there we go. Now we got clean windows. There we go. I'm going to disconnect the power on this phone real quick. See if that makes it happy when starting the truck. Also going to do this.
Heartland Trucking USA says, you can add mods by using this command in the mobile chat mod, user.
Yeah, it's really weird. All right. There it goes. Yeah, that's a really long crank.
Choctaw County says, thank you, Eric.
Not a problem, guys. That's why I bought it. Made it easy. Took me all, what, a couple of minutes? It's not the end of the world. Let's see something real quick. Oh, I was looking at the wrong cable. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. It's
Heartland Trucking USA says, everything on mobile chat you use the and the rest pops up for chat commands way easier than ScrewTube.
ScrewTube. ScrewTube, I love that. Way easier than ScrewTube. Here's the other question. Do you get away with playing music, like regular music, on all these other platforms? Because that's my biggest gripe with YouTube, is that you can't play music. That's what annoys the hell out of me. Oh, I hate doing that. I hate grinding the gear in just to jam it in.
Trix FM says, yes.
Gotcha.
Devin, if you're going with Piper, you can go get lined up.
Heartland Trucking USA says, Twitch will allow music but your VODs are not safe, but you know ScrewTube you can't play music, but otherwise with Twitch they protect you and will mute that part of your VOD.
Okay. I don't know why they call it VOD instead of video. I'm going to be proactive and switch microphones because I can see the battery's low on the other one. There we go.
Heartland Trucking USA says, with Trix it's not copyrighted music and we play his music ala.
Oh yeah, I know in Trix music it's not. I was talking about in general the just regular everyday music. It'd be nice to be able to just turn the radio on every once in a while, you know? That's the thing that
Trix FM says, video on demand VOD.
Gotcha, that makes sense. You know, it'd just be nice to be able to crank the radio every once in a while. That's the thing that annoys me about YouTube. It's like, you know, there's certain things like if you're IRL and you're walking around, somebody drives by and is playing some music, you get hit for it. And it's like, how can I control the IRL environment around me? You know, a freaking ice cream truck drives by. It's like, well, what the hell? You know, what am I supposed to do about the ice cream truck, you know? I mean, I can understand if I was directly streaming music, you know, like if I was in the truck streaming music, but like if I'm walking around, I got no control over the music. You know, it's like, what the hell? You know, why am I getting
Heartland Trucking USA
penalized?
says, if on Twitch you can play music and in your creator dashboard you can keep the save VODs turned off and it will not save your VODs after every live stream.
Gotcha. All right.
Admirator1 says, Leroy says, how many loads have you made? I woke up early this morning so I took a nap. Copyright stuff. I think if you play elevator music, here we go again. Thank you for allowing me to watch you.
Not a problem. I think this is my third load. I'll be able to tell you once I see my ticket. But I think I've been up here 3 times already. And we're going to be here a while because we're waiting on them to make asphalt. Which is crazy. You'd think, you know, he knows what the order is. You'd think he'd have the silos filled up instead of waiting. But it is what it is.
Heartland Trucking USA says, I have mine turned on so my VOD save and I do have to watch what kind of music I play, otherwise Twitch will automatically disable the save VODs.
Gotcha.
If they find copyrighted music.
Yeah.
Adwaratter1 says, I'll never make a crown at the rate I'm going, I'm always watching. I was listening to you trying to keep up. I've always enjoyed. I didn't wrong with you.
Yeah.
Heartland Trucking USA says, light load so far.
Yeah. So yep, this is my third load. Between the three trucks, we've gotten 185 ton, almost 186.
Heartland Trucking USA says, Carmen said you're slacking today, LeMayo.
Yeah. Well, I had to stop at the mechanic shop. I had to do some other stuff. We're gonna probably end up getting one more load, I think. Because that seems to be kind of what we're paced. We're paced to do about 4 loads. I don't remember if we did 4 or 5 yesterday.
Heartland Trucking USA says, excuses, she said, LeMayo.
Yeah. It's okay. We can't all be super carriers that carry 80,000 pounds all the time.
Heartland Trucking USA says, how has the other driver been that gives excuses? What has he been doing?
He's actually been halfway decent. I mean, I don't know. He's doing his thing. He was bitching the other day. You know, this 7 o'clock, being at the plant at 7 o'clock stuff is for the birds. I mean, I don't like it. He doesn't like it. You know, the boss is pushing too much. But to slap back at Carmen a little bit, you know, hey, at least I can drive a manual.
Heartland Trucking USA says, she said watch El Ali at its finest Romeo.
Yeah.
One says, did they fix your credit card? Cause I know you must have went through a lot of gas or diesel, stupid me.
It worked just fine at the hotel later that night, so it must have been a hard limit that Quick Trip put on, because I went to the exact same Quick Trip and got all that fuel. So it must have been an internal thing with Quick Trip. The boss has already paid me back, so it's not the end of the world. You know, like I said, I've never had it, for years.
Heartland Trucking USA says, she will get to drive Emmanuel very soon since the Godfather is at home, so better look out, Eric. Someday she might pass you, bottailing past you.
I doubt that. No, I mean, for years prior to getting the boss's credit card on my phone, I always just paid and they'd pay me that day. So it's never been an issue. I've never worried about it. Yeah, she's welcome to try to pass me when bobtailing. I mean, we'd probably be about the same weight. I'm 26,000 pounds empty, with the box and everything. And I know with the sleeper and, with a sleeper as just a bobtail, them trucks are pretty heavy too. So we'd probably be equal on the weight. Difference is I know how to skip gears. She's going to start off at one gear and she's going to probably hit every gear. So it'll be a while before I got to worry about her outshifting me.
Heartland Trucking USA says, 20,000 pounds running super single since I took off the duals tires, and hey, she has the best trainer to know what she can and cannot do. Mayo.
Well, any day you guys want to. Either I'll win or I'll lose. Won't matter to me either way. But if I win, man, I won't let that shit go. Trust me. I'll be like, my poor little D13 with 100 or 425 horse smoked that big motor.
Heartland Trucking USA says, it's on then when that day comes.
Yeah.
We won't have it any other way, Eric, LOL.
Yep. I don't know, the advantage is definitely yours. Supposedly a bigger horsepower motor and a lighter vehicle by 6,000 pounds. Everything says you should win. So did you like that little squeegee I had there, Gary? Picked it up at Menards. It's like 20 bucks. It's an aluminum pole that's collapsible.
Heartland Trucking says, seems pretty quiet here and yet I seen it and we'll have to get one eventually. Heartland Trucking says, see him everywhere on platforms in Mayo.
Yep, you threw me off a little bit because I was looking at my integrated screen through Rumble, and it shows me Twitch, shows me Rumble, and it shows me YouTube. And I'm like, where the hell is that message coming from? Because it's not coming up on my tablet, because Rumble doesn't officially support Kick. So I had to set it up through the custom RTMP. So I was like, okay, that's weird.
Trucking says, Mayo.
Yeah, so that caught me off guard a little bit. I was like, okay, where's my message? I was ready to like refresh it because I was like, okay, well maybe the tablet's going through a dead zone. But then yeah, I saw you're coming in on Kick.
Kick is still on beta.
Yeah. Yeah, this weekend I'm gonna probably have to go and do some stuff with my Twitch and my Kick account. Set them to monetized, I don't know.
Choctaw County says, on my lawnmower carburetor it says I would have to pull it apart to see which I have because it may have a spring to attach to it.
Okay. Yeah, you probably just have to take a look at the carburetor and see what the picture looks like. A lot of times it's just, you know, the arm might be a little different, but if they give you two options and they give you two pictures, it should be pretty noticeable between the two.
Choctaw County says, is there a part number on the carburetor?
There might be. I don't remember looking for one when I did mine. It gave me two options, and the arm on top was drastically a different style. So I was easily able to go and look and be like, oh yeah, it's not that one, it's this one. So NP Tube in Rumble said, because they're not hooked to TTS, slow in here as well. Don't forget to hit the like in Rumble is a huge fumble. So I'm assuming that's Fry.
Admirator1 says, one of these days I'll get my motorcycle out of the garage. It's been a nurse since 2005 where you're not a wheelchair. At least now I can use a walker, and I think it's a GS1000G Suzuki.
Okay. Yeah, probably gonna have to rebuild or replace the carbs on that too.
At Jim Rockford 777 says, everyone have a safe and blessed day.
You too, Jim. Thanks for showing up.
Choctaw County says, the serial number lookup does not bring up a definite match anywhere online.
Yeah, I gotcha. That's why a lot of times I'll just go by like the model number of the engine. Then they'll usually show you a smaller, you know, usually the carburetors haven't changed very much. Nope, it's Gary over on Rumble. On the old account of interstate. Why am I saying internet? interstate travel crew. There we go. I got a Rumble notification. Ah, Gary just subbed to my Rumble account. Gotcha. Gotcha, Gary. Gary says it wouldn't take much to get you affiliated in Twitch. Yeah. Maybe this weekend I'll give you a call and you can talk me through it if I can't figure it out myself. I've just been focused on trying to get the stream stable and not dropping connections and work out all the bugs. That's been my main goal. I figured, I already added the platforms that I'm streaming on. So I figured, well, screw it. Let's get everything stable and then we'll worry about the whole affiliated and monetized and all that.
Choctaw County says, it's like they don't want you to fix a mower, they want you to buy another mower.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's no profit in the manufacturer to do it, but I'm pretty sure there's a carburetor out there. You just got to do a little legwork. I mean, hell, you can go to the local, whoever the local dealer is, and say, hey, I'm just curious, I want to know what the part number is for the carburetor on my whatever lawnmower. Give them the serial numbers and all that, and they'll spit you out a carburetor number, and you can do that, a search with that. Otherwise, like you said, there might be a number on the actual carburetor.
Admirator1 says, when I was in the wheelchair, I was able to take the gas tank off and drain it, and I took the screws out of the bottom of the carburetor and got what I could.
Then you might be good on that bike then. The only problem you might end up having is if the needle on the float dry rotted. Then the fuel. Then once you put fuel back in it.
Heartland Trucking says, easier get affiliated on Twitch than screw to, and with you streaming daily you will have the stream time and just got to get you chatters and you chat then a few raids and you will be affiliated easy.
Yep. But yeah, otherwise that fuel might leak all over the place.
Says, Tractor Supply.
I was thinking more like the brand, like if it's a Toro or it's a, a Husqvarna, you could call one of the dealerships on whatever brand lawnmower it is. Tractor Supply is not really a parts vendor. They'll sell you a lawnmower, but I was talking more like an actual repair place that's got an actual parts department for those parts. Yeah, so getting back to that needle float, like I said, if that little piece of rubber there dry rots, you might be able to put fuel in it, and then all of a sudden it's just pissing fuel through the carburetor, which isn't good. So you may still have to take it apart.
comment says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to end up going back for probably 1 or 2 more loads.
Hardland Trucking says, gonna run a test stream and see if my overlay updated and raid your channel and Twitch, Eric.
Alright, cool beans.
Choctaw County says, is it better to install a fuel cutoff to prevent last season's fuel to sit in carburetor bowl?
Yeah, usually what I'll do, I mean, like I said, it all depends on what you're running. On small engines, a lot of times what I'll do is if they got a shut-off valve or if I install one, I'll shut the valve off and I'll just run the carburetor out of fuel till it dies. You know, that seems to usually work pretty good for me. You know, a lot of people will put a fuel shut-off in and will pull the bottom screw to let all the fuel out of the bowl. I mean, either way, I guess you probably get more fuel out, you know, completely if you pull the bolt. But I've always been lucky with just shutting off the fuel switch and letting them starve of fuel and run out. You know, just make sure that you're using like fuel stabilizer, you know, before you park it every winter.
Admirator1 says, yeah, I'll still have to wait till I get someone to help me after I go out of the wheelchair. I was in my cardiologist office and had a widowmaker heart attack. Had a quadruple heart bypass surgery.
Oh, that's not good. Well, at least you survived it. Tired. Just getting up really early in the morning sucks. You know, usually we have about an 8:30 start time, so this being up and out the door by 7, you know, while being at a place by 7, it's screwing up my sleep schedule. I even went to bed somewhat early last night, so I don't know. Just in autopilot mode right now. My brain's just kind of just sitting here. Oh, that's an interesting car that's coming up past us. It's a blue Corvette with blue halo front lights. It's a very interesting color. I like it. It's different, but I like it. And I like that the halo lights are a shade of blue too. Ugh. I don't know why TTS didn't pick that up. But radar said I did a good EKG 3 weeks prior. I went back to have more tests, and that's the last I remember until I woke up in the hospital. Gotcha.
At Telescope Production Services says, why doesn't the clan boy go back to Hagerstown to protest Trump's gas prices?
Hey, Telescope, how you doing? I don't know. It's been 4 some years. I'm so out of touch with all these people. I have no idea. But it's good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, it's definitely crazy. I mean, I haven't really done the math on the full total, but I used to be able to fill this truck up at about $270, and now it's well into 400.
At Brett Boyle says, Udos BTM crowd and alumni, y'all's turn.
Yeah. Yeah, we actually had a Temu quality troller in our stream earlier today. I actually had to time him out. I mean, his trolls weren't even good, you know, it was pretty pathetic.
At Brett Boyle says, why doesn't? LOL Temu troll.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you were here for that, Brett, but I actually changed that troll's name to Temu Troll in TTS, which I thought was funny.
At Troy 4716 says, Eric, please tell me that there's at least a slight possibility that the truck you're driving can do a donut with the right conditions.
Maybe. In snow or on ice or something, I don't know. I mean, if it had full lockers, it'd be easier. But even with the interaxle diff lock, you know, I don't know, it's always going to spin one wheel. To get it to really do a donut, you kind of have to get them all spinning. Good to see you, Troy.
At Brett Boyle says, Mayo at name change. I want here for it, but did scroll back and see some things went down.
Yeah, it was pretty boring. I mean, he just, like I said, he just kept saying the same stupid stuff. You know, it wasn't like creative. I mean,
Howdy Troy. Truck was just at the shop today. She has some issues.
yeah. Yeah, the clutch brake broke. So if I stop, I gotta kind of slam it into gear, which sucks.
At Troy 4716 says, Brett.
And then we're having a really long start issue. So either the check valve or something isn't right. We're losing prime on the engine.
Issues?
Yeah, it seems like we're losing prime on the diesel because I'm having to crank the living piss out of it to get it to start.
At Brett Oil says, wasn't here for it.
Yeah, it runs fine once you get it running, so it seems like we're losing prime. That seems to be the solution or the situation. We're gonna change out the filters. You know, this truck's always had filter problems. Just
Autocorrect typos doing me dirty today, LOL.
Gotcha. We're gonna change out the filters just to eliminate that as a possible cause. Not that I think it's gonna fix it, but at least we know that's squared away. Even though these filters aren't that old, they're only maybe a month old.
Yes, scrolled back an hour or so and was talking to mechanic. At Telescope Production Services says, your TTS blows, Eric.
Yeah, I know. People probably don't like the delay on it, but it gives me a chance to respond before the next TTS comes in, and then I've got to talk over it. So it's just the way I like it right now.
At Troy 4716 says, the old clutch brake issues, damn rascal.
Yeah, I don't know if somebody moved my truck over the weekend or whatever the deal is. But yeah, the mechanic went underneath there and took a look at it, and they broke the pins. So somebody tried stopping the truck with the clutch brake. Well, that's probably not TTS then. That's probably you're getting timed out somehow.
At Telescope Production Services says, half of my messages don't show up.
Well, that's probably because you're getting somehow timed out by YouTube. Because every message I've seen come across, come across, has been put out into TTS. So
At Telescope Production Services says, I'm not being timed out.
okay.
At Brett Boyle says, no messages are being held for review or removed. All is well and going through.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know then. I guess you'll have to double check.
Welcome back, Chris.
I've found that if YouTube doesn't like something I type, even if it's if it really doesn't like it, you can't remove it. You know, so like go to your message and try to see if you can remove it. And if it doesn't give you the option to
James
remove,
Bond says, cheers, Brett.
if it doesn't give you the option to remove the message, then that message never came through to YouTube because it got blocked before even a moderator could block it. Little pro tip there.
Telescope is a professional troll. He can teach that scrappy Timu troll a thing or two, lol.
Damn straight.
At Telescope Production Services says, apparently you can't call Hypocrisy Central a bunch of MAGA light posers.
Okay. So other than hanging out here, what are you up to, Telescope? I haven't had a phone call from you in a little while.
James Bond says, LOL. At Red Boyle says, sometimes my messages get censored by YouTube as well, even with the wrench.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how I've always been able to figure it out though, is that if you don't see a message come up or whatever, I go over there and I hit the button as if I was going to delete my own message, and if it won't give you the option to delete it, it got censored by
Telescope
YouTube.
Production Services says, just watching the boys and I have to attend my stepson's high school graduation today.
Oh, well, congratulations. That's a big step. A lot of people don't ever make it to graduating high school, so, you know, not that he knows who I am, but if he did, you know, tell him I say congratulations.
James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, yep, if you talk about a certain religion that begins with M, then you will get shadow banned, lol.
Yeah. So yeah, tell him congratulations if he knows who I am. If he doesn't, then don't bother, but no, that's really cool. Good for him.
Telescope Production Services says, he's graduating with a 4.217 GPA. Thanks. I'll tell him for you. I'm proud of him.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Switching back and forth from talk to all messages will reveal if the message goes through or not as well.
Oh yeah. That's a good tip.
James Bond says, add Brett Boyle or just make another YouTube account and check on that on the live stream, then you will see if your messages are working.
Yeah. Yeah, but that requires you having a second device and all that. Or logging in, logging out. You know, the checking to see if you can remove the message or switching from top to live or whatever. You can do on the same device, so. But that's a good tip also.
Troy 4716 says, I toggle top chat live chat for every message I post. You'll be surprised how many messages don't go through. YouTube censoring big time.
Yeah, and I've got YouTube set to not block anything. So that's YouTube itself.
James Bond says, yeah, a lot of messing around with 2 accounts, but I've got like 6 phones laying around and a Chromebook, so need to put them to work, lol.
Yeah.
Troy 4716 says, regardless of the topic.
Yeah, I specifically went into the moderation settings and set it so it didn't moderate anything, but yeah, YouTube still does its own little moderation no matter what.
Oil says, switching back and forth between top and all messages is much faster. Trust me, I run mod school, haha, Troy knows.
Yeah. Yeah, Brett talks about a lot of controversial stuff on a lot of other channels, so he's probably having to make sure his messages go through.
James Bond says, at Red Oil Cool Cheers. At Red Boyle says, to get the TTS to say it properly, say live with the Y.
Yeah. I could have swore there's a setting where I could change the bad word filter or something. I couldn't find it yesterday when I was looking. Or that might.
Skynet says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
That or it was my other TTS I had originally set up that had that filter. And I'm just confusing the two.
James Bond says, YouTube is based in woke California. They like to shut down free speech over there now.
Yep.
At Telescope Production Services says, I still want to make a broccoli university design for a shirt.
Yeah, I mean, Brent might be a little butthurt about some of those videos, but they were funny. I'll give you that, Telescope. The broccoli videos were pretty
Home
funny.
of the fighting mods.
It was entertaining to watch them. There was some production value in it.
James Bond says, at Telescope Production Services. At Red Boyle says, yes Eric, absolutely. At controversial topics and checking LOL. Haha, you fixed it to say Skynet properly.
Yep. I think I'm going to add in Skynet, the AI overlord.
At Troy 4716 says, well, I'm packed up and about to head out hop hunting. No service where I'm going. Take care all.
Take care, Troy. Always a pleasure to see you.
At Red Boyle says, I'm infamous, I suppose, LOL.
Yeah.
At Telescope Production Services says, top-notch writing and set design.
Hey, Telescope, you ever gonna...
James Bond says, at Troy 4716 okay, take care mate, see you soon, have a good Han.
Hey, Telescope, you ever gonna go live again? I kind of miss your panels.
At Red Boyle says, take care there, Troy. Telescope Production Services says, unlike the trolls, I don't use artificial intelligence for content.
Yeah, that was G's thing. She always liked to use the AI generated stuff.
Telescope Production Services says, if I did, I want to go in a different direction. Less drama content and more political stuff.
Yeah, but drama sells. I mean, that's... But, I mean, yeah. Political...
James Bond says, at Telescope Production Services, yes sir, and if you're not repeating the same jokes over and over like Scrappy did, so boring that troll was. At Brett Boyle says, he was lit 5 days ago, Eric.
Oh, was he? Well, yeah, Telescope will go live and he'll do like the band stuff when he's like out at a bar or something, you know, whatnot, playing a local band, but not, I haven't seen him go.
Admirator1 says, I hear Santa 1776 has been doing okay, he was always cool.
But I haven't seen him do a panel in forever. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, Santa doesn't go live very often either. Little tidbits here and there.
At Telescope Production Services says, I still stream concerts.
Yeah. And that's pretty much all I see is that you'll be at a bar, you know, streaming a concert, and then you're engaged with what you're doing in IRL, so you don't usually respond to the chat too much. So it's not like I can be like, hey, how you doing, Telescope, you know? Yeah, I don't know if you could transition to, you know, with your history, if you could transition to just straight political without the drama. I think the drama would still just come in.
At Brett Boyle says, he usually joins other people's panels still instead of running his own.
Yeah. Well, I don't follow a lot of those people, so I don't see them up on panel. Telescope will have to send me some links to some of these other...
At Telescope Production Services says, more Hassan Piker style political content, less drama, more intellectually politically focused banter.
Yeah. Telescope will have to send me some of those links to the pages he's going to.
Lisa Web Q3B says, good afternoon everyone.
Hey Lisa, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat, good to see you. Welcome to the racetrack where we just bounce between Green Bay and Manitowoc.
James Bond says, afternoon Lisa, good to see you. Brett Boyle says, howdy there Lisa, good day. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, hi Chris. Hello Brett. James Bond says, hope you're good today Lisa. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I'm having a good day.
Well, that's always good to hear.
Just doing my craft.
Cool beans.
James Bond says, I like the old soundboard phone pranks. People used to pretend to be Joe Pesci and phone up at 3 a.m. haha.
That's funny.
At Lisa Wet Q3B awesome. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I painted a birdhouse.
Well, that's cool.
Red, white, blue.
Was it a pre-made birdhouse or one that you made also?
At Brett Boyle says, I could try and do some more panels. Not scared to have the tough conversations and no monetizing to worry about or anything. LFG. James Bond says, nice Lisa. At Lisa Web Q3B says, thank you. LOL. At Brett Boyle says, Fry and I have been on panels tons. We've known each other for like 4 years. There is a lot of history and lore with a lot of us from the Freedom Convoy days.
Yeah.
James Bond says, at Bread Boil Cool, do you agree or disagree on things? At Telescope Production Services says, in my teens, I used to prank call people at 10 p.m. and ask them to join the Church of Satan.
I could see you doing that.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, Prewood House.
Gotcha. Now we gotta get you.
Red Oil says, both. Agree on some things, disagree on others. Never going to 100% agree on everything all the time with someone.
Oh yeah, you could have the same views and still have disagreements. But yeah, now we gotta get you, Lisa, into woodworking. You can make your own birdhouses.
James Bond says, at Red Oil true. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, 6:48 p.m. in UK.
Gotcha.
At Telescope Production Services says, all my friends are liberals and we hate each other.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
James Bond says, Lisa, stop reading my mind, haha. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, LOL. James Bond says, Lisa follows me everywhere, she always seems to know what channel I'm on at the same time, haha.
Well, maybe she's interested in ya.
At At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I got up at 6 a.m. this morning. I go to bed early at 9 p.m.
See, I'm naturally a night owl. I'd rather be up all night. Fortunately, the way the work industry works, I'm not allowed to do that. I don't know, I like being up late at night when there's just like nobody else awake and
James Bond says, at Lisa Wet Q3B 6 a.m. is late. I'm up at 4 a.m. but I need to stop doing that as I'm losing weight from not enough sleep.
Yeah. I like it when the world's asleep and it's just quiet and I can just kind of do my own thing.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, LOL. James Bond says, she's interested in everyone, Eric. She was.
Hello. Hello. Just got a robot call, which sucks because now I'm going to get slammed with a whole bunch of calls because I picked up. Shouldn't have picked up on a number I didn't know. But I figured maybe it was the shop calling about the shock.
James Bond says, LOL telescope pranking you.
No, it was a local number. He would just call me and be like, hey, what's up? God, this chat is boring. You need to sit here and figure out how to liven it up.
He says, Josh would be in big trouble, LOL.
And it's funny, I just cleaned the windshield, and now it's all messy again. The bugs are hot and heavy today, and I'm just doing my part of eradication.
James Bond says, LOL at Lisa Wet Q3B. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I think Air 1 is fly around in Alabama. James Bond says, LOL Eric.
Yep. I'll clean it again as soon as I get up to the plant, which we're almost there.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, to found Josh.
I mean, it gives me a few extra minutes to stretch my legs anyways, so it's not bad.
James Bond says, at Lisa Wet Q3B Josh sounds depressed every time I see him live now, haha, as Alabama is like dead compared to Temple, Texas.
Oh, so he moved to where Bobby is and he's doing the same thing. Okay, yeah, because I was kind of wondering about that.
Lisa Wet Q3B says, oh well.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that because I could have swore he was from Texas. And then I saw recently on one of his streams it said Alabama. So he moved to her. I got it. Usually it's the other way around. The women move to the guy. But I guess he's got the portability that he can do is Uber Eats or whatever it is anywhere he wants.
James Bond says, at Lisa Wet Q3B yeah, was weird, he just upped and moved in one day.
Well, that's the nice thing about that job is that you got the flexibility to go anywhere you want. You know, I know there's a lot of people that travel across the country. They'll sit here and they'll kick on the Uber Eats apps or whatever, and they'll make a little money, and you know they can pretty much just travel across the country. They do a lot of like the van life stuff, but they do it out of a car. You know, which good for them. You know, I mean, it works.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, won't last long.
Yeah.
James Bond says, yeah, I think he's known Bobby years, so makes sense for him to live with someone he knows, as he did not have any friends in Temple.
Ah. How do you end up in Texas?
At Lisa Wet Q3B. At Bill Hillify1 says, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat.
Skynet says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat there, Bill. Good to see you again.
James Bond says, afternoon Bill, good to see you again, sir.
Yeah, the other driver's kind of slow. I keep catching up to him, and I'm doing
At
the speed
Lisa
limit.
Q3B says, when I get all my sewing done and all my crafting done, I will start having garage sales.
Gotcha.
James Bond says, cool Lisa. At Bill Hillify1 says, hello Chris. Hey Lisa. At Brett Boyle says, howdy Bill. At Lisa Wed Q3B says, hello Bill.
Well, I think the other driver stops all the time.
James Bond says, at Bill Hillify1 cheers sir, hope your day's been good so far.
I think every round he probably stops at the gas station. I could check his, we've got him tracked. I could actually check to see what he's doing. But I bet you money that's what he's doing, is he's stopping every time.
At Bill Hillify1 says, hey Brett. James Bond says, other driver drives like Miss Daisy, haha. At Lisa Wed Q3B says, Green Bay, Wisconsin. At Bill Hillify1 says, blue skies here, looks like Arizona.
And there we go, a nice clean window again.
James Bond says, awesome Bill.
Hey, Chad, is this for Jake? Saddle man? Saddle 2 for Jake.
James Bond says, good job, Eric.
Yeah. No, that little expandable squeegee thing was a good investment, because I remember back when I used to stream from the truck, a lot of people would complain.
Advil Vilify 1 says, looks good.
Yeah, well, thank you. And it's not that big of a deal to do, I just gives me a second to stretch my legs.
What did you start? 6:30.
So I remembered a trick when the trans brake goes out. If you turn the PTO on prior to trying to shift into gear, the drag on the PTO will slow the transmission down. So I don't have to slam it into gear. It's been a while since I've driven a truck that didn't have a working trans brake.
James Bond says, yeah.
So if you guys wonder why I slow down, there's a manual switch that I have to select which silo we're going to be loading from. So yeah. So sometimes I got to reach over and flip that switch.
James Bond says, thank you for explaining that, Eric.
Yep. So yeah, sometimes I'm just checking to make sure the switch is in the right position. Other times when I stop on the scale like that.
Jack. Good afternoon, Dino. Did I hear channel 2 first, Jake?
Then I have to flip the switch.
Channel 2. What time did you start? 6:30. 45. Steady on our company.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, I forgot how good that works. I just gotta remember to turn the PTO off before I start really going someplace, because it can be bad. It's bad for the PTO to have it running all the time. So I just gotta remember, turn the PTO on, put the truck in gear, pull the PTO out. Let's see what we're up to now. 247 ton, almost 248, because it's 0.97, so 0.3 of a ton, of less than a ton. So 248 ton for the day. So far. And being that it's only one, I got a feeling he's going to send me back for another one.
James Bond says, yes sir. Bill Hillify1 says, sounds like a busy day.
Yeah, we're working a pretty big project. I think the boss is going to try to bang it out today. But yeah, I mean, we've worked on it, what, 3 days now? We did Monday. Monday was a grading day where we just graded out the job, which I pretty much got to sit around and do nothing, which they're nice. I mean, if I wasn't live streaming, I'd be catching up on watching some TV shows on the tablet. So that is kind of the downside of live streaming, is I can't watch TV. I'm not sure what YouTube would do. I mean, it's not music. I think it'd be kind of boring for you guys if you guys can't see what's going on. Yeah, that says potential spam. I told you. I answered that one call. Now I got spam calls coming in. Never answer a number you don't know. If it's somebody important, they'll leave a voicemail. Let's see how many bugs we collect now. So yeah, I mean, We were almost done if we would have had one more load yesterday. I don't know. We'll have to see. Oh, there's a bug. That was a big juicy one too. We'll have to see. I mean, he might be laying it thicker, and he's definitely going slower. So we may have to just finish it up tomorrow, which is not the end of the world. That'll make for a quick day tomorrow. Because he wants me to...
James Bond says, this is Eric's voicemail. Please leave a message after the beep. Haha.
Yeah. He wants me to fix that seal coating machine. They're going to do a seal coating job this weekend. So I got to get that engine up and running, which I hate pushing things to the last minute, but... So I might have to do a whole bunch of carb cleaning and all that crap. But I got to fix the gas tank because the spigot that the fuel comes out of is pissing fuel all over the place. So I got to fix that first. Then I got to get the key from him so I can try to start it tomorrow. See if I can figure out what the hell's wrong with it. Depending on when we get off tonight and what's going on tonight, I might try that streaming from outside the truck thing again, now that I thought about something else. There might be a workaround that I hadn't considered. Next trip, I'm probably, if we end up, I don't know if he's going to send us out again. It's going to be close. 2:30. He probably will send us for another load. I'm going to definitely get my hot dogs. I haven't. Breakfast sucked. Like I said, just a bowl of cereal I scarfed down quick. I forgot to grab some bananas. I know they usually have bananas too. Could have grabbed a couple of those. Red Robin was good last night. I enjoyed it. Expensive. Definitely going to Chili's is a little bit cheaper. I don't know. At least I would think so. I don't know. I got a burger, water, and some French fries, and It was like 20 some bucks. But the burger was good. I enjoy that. I enjoy the burgers. The fries were good. I don't know. It was a nice little treat, I guess.
James Bond says, I just had curry and fries. It makes a good combo. Maybe I will try curry hot dogs next. LOL.
Yeah. Yeah. I've got some curry stuff that they were selling over at Costco. It's a flavoring seasoning that you just mix in with like canned chicken. They were serving it just as the meat and the sauce, which was pretty good, but I think adding it to rice or like a wild rice would be good. Talking about food, I actually like, I used to make this thing called taco burgers. There's a couple of iterations I've made of it. One of them was, I used to sit here and I'd take the taco seasoning and I would mix it into the ground beef. But
James Bond says, cool.
Yep. Wow, we're hitting more bugs. But the bad thing about that is it seemed like you lost a lot of flavor of the taco seasoning in the process of cooking it. So you would sit here and like I said, you'd make the burger, and then you just put taco seasonings on, sour cream, taco sauce, lettuce, however you like your tacos, cheese, whatever. I then switched it up a little bit, and this is nice because you can do it on frozen patties. I'd take the taco seasoning and mix it with a little bit of water to kind of make it a paste, and then you could just coat the top of the patty after you're done, almost like, putting ketchup on in a sense. That gives you the taco flavor. That seems to work pretty effectively. The other thing is you take a burrito shell, and you smash the meat as thin as you can into the burrito shell, and then you cook the meat in the burrito shell, and then you end up with basically a big taco, big hamburger taco, and then you just put the taco sauce, seasoning, paste, whatever, on top of it, and it makes for a less messy taco. You can put your cheese, your sour cream, all that stuff, and the meat pretty much doesn't go anywhere. So, and then the shell's kind of crispy because you cook the burger on the one side, then you flip it over, and you cook the tortilla side a little bit. That turns out real nice. I like those.
James Bond says, few people eat tacos in the UK. To be honest, the big foods here are Indian, Italian, Chinese, and obviously traditional British cuisine. I am the weird one as I eat chili con carne and burritos.
Oh, I love tacos. I love tacos. The other thing I like is this kind of happened by accident. Okay, my brother-in-law is big into this certain brand of beer. So I'll tell you at the end what brand that is. So I went over and we had some brats, and I guess I assumed that he cooked them in that beer, and they were really good. I really actually enjoyed them. So once I got home, I never asked what beer. I just assumed this is what he used, and I thought mine turned out even better. I was like, wow, these are really good. These are even better than his. So I called him up, or I was.
Adler one says, El Radar is my CP handle for the last 40 years. When I came on here, Radar was already taken.
Gotcha. So.
James Bond says, there's only 2 Taco Bell restaurants in the UK, LOL.
Gotcha. So, I went back and I told him, I was like, yeah, I tried these brats at home, and I used the beer that you use.
Adler one.
And he's like, why would you use such a nice beer for that? And I'm like, well, I don't drink it. I don't like the taste of this beer, as drinkable beer. It's a very dark beer. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't drink really anyways, period. But he's like, yeah, no, I was just using like PBR or Miller High Life or something like that. Here I used Guinness, and I found that if you take a Ziploc bag and you throw your brats in there and let them soak overnight in Guinness, they get a really nice flavor to them. Even if you're not a beer drinker, all the kids, the ex-wife used to make her beer brats because she didn't like mine, but the rest of the whole house liked the Guinness ones better because it added just a unique flavor to the brats. So that's my other tip. Put your brats in a Ziploc bag, suck out all the air. It only takes about 1 can of Guinness, so it's not like you got to waste like monster amounts. Zip it up, throw it in the freezer or the refrigerator, let it sit overnight. Good to go.
Adler one says, my keypad is so small sometimes I push the wrong letters and I don't read them back to myself like CB. I have a 23 channel Cobra sideband with a 3/4 wave M Shakespeare antenna. It's 40 up.
That's a good setup. I had a Motorola, I think it was, Midland. I had a Midland base station that was 23 channels with all the crystals, and I had gotten it.
That says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yeah. I'd gotten it from my father, and I liked it. It just sucked being on a 23 channel when people would be like, hey, go to channel 40.
One says, it does sound good, with Guinness. I have to try that.
Yep. Yeah. It sucked when you had somebody wanted to go to channel 40 and you're sitting here going, I'm only on a 23 channel. But it was a decent sounding radio. My favorite radio was the RCI 2950. I really enjoyed that radio. Sideband, extra frequencies. Could go up to, 27555. Yep. Trying to think of any other unique stuff I make that not a lot of people do. I mean, I'll make these things called racetrack burgers. The Plymouth Racetrack makes them. It's basically you take a burger patty, you cook it, and then you stick it in between a grilled cheese sandwich for all intents and purposes. You sit here and you grill up a grilled cheese sandwich once you have the meat done. So, it's pretty good.
I found this one.
I'm getting kind of hungry, so food's on my mind. Trying to think of any other recipes of stuff I like.
At Bill Hillify one says, LOL Eric, I hear that. Me too.
Yeah. So yeah, the Guinness thing was just completely on accident, but it turned out to be a winner. So now that's the only way I have brats.
Admirator 1 says, my trying 3-channel put out more watts, but I have a 40-channel Cobra in my Silverado, but I could never hook the wires out. I couldn't get into the dash with my back.
Gotcha. Yeah, I like the, I had a 2970 also, which was basically a 2950 with a built-in amplifier on it. The model I had was only set up to do 100 watts. The newer revisions of the 2970 started pushing like 300 watts. They were getting there pretty good. The 2970, I had that thing set to like a half a watt dead key, And literally when I would talk, you'd watch the meter just swing to 100 watts, you know, just with modulation. That thing was loud. It was a loud radio. You knew I was there. It was crazy.
Admirator1 says, I called that a patty mill. You can order it at all the restaurants.
Yeah. I just like it the way I do it, though. I also had a Texas Star 500 that I used to hook up to my 2950. And that thing, literally, I'd have like, I think it was like a 1/4 watt dead key. Yeah, because you have to have a low dead key going in. So it was like a really low dead key. So maybe it was dead keying through the amplifier at like 10 watts. And I'd talk and it'd just swing 500 watts. I was talking to somebody, and this won't mean much to you guys, but I was at Mayfair Mall in Milwaukee. Guess that'd still be Milwaukee. And I had a coworker that was down at the lakefront. So we were literally, I'm on 124th Street. So it's 124 blocks at least. And then the east side, you've got a couple of blocks there before you hit the lake. So you got probably another 20 blocks there. So I mean, you're talking a decent amount of distance. And he calls me up on the phone and he's like, dude, turn off the amplifier. I can hear you like you're in the truck with me from that far away. And I'm like, no way. So I started talking to the guy while I'm on my phone, and I could hear myself over his phone, over the radio, clear as day. And I thought that was the funniest thing ever. Yeah, I definitely ran some hot setups. Nowadays, it's a little harder with all the electronics. The last truck I drove that I had that set up in, the odometer would start clicking off numbers. They didn't really care. I don't think I ever told them. But if I started talking, I actually watched the odometer start moving. You know, so it was just racking on miles every time I keyed up the radio, even if I was sitting still. It was an older truck. It had a mechanical engine, but the speedometer had electronics in it, I guess. I was always into CB radios, pretty much from the day I turned 17, I started getting into it. I lived up in Two Rivers, which is just east of Manitowoc. So this was my old stomping ground. But we used to do this thing called radio tag. And it kind of came over from the ham era. Guys with ham radios, if you were illegally operating on their frequencies, they would use their radio and adjust the RF gain to be able to pinpoint where you are, and then they would come have a talk with you about the fact that you're not legally allowed to be on those channels without a license. Well, in the CB era, we kind of turned it into a hide and seek, a grown-up hide and seek game. So somebody would sit here and they'd go hide, and they'd have to dead key their radio, and they'd have to answer a couple basic questions, you know, are you on grass, are you on ground, you know, stuff like that. You know, you could ask them a few questions, but they could be kind of deceptive with their answers, like, you know, if you had one tire in a puddle, you could be like, yeah, I'm parked on water, you know. I mean, technically you're parked on water, you know. I mean, whatever. But I actually got, there was a website that used to be up a long time ago. It was called the Highway 100 something, down in Milwaukee. And it's on the Wayback Machine, where it records old websites. But because of the way he had it set up with like Java or something, the thing that saved it never went into the links. So you can't really see, you can see the main page, but you can't dig into the page, unfortunately. But there was a section all about our hide and seek, you know, our CB tag. And, you know, people hated when I played sometimes. They really didn't like it because I came up with some of the most creative hiding spots. One of the times I had a Mazda 323, little black car, you know, little shitbox black car. I put a winch on the front bumper and I winched myself into a tree. So everybody was looking for me on the ground. Nobody ever looked up. And here I was just hanging from a tree. Another time, they're over by Mitchell International Airport. There was this big drainage sewer tunnel that the opening on one side was over on airport property. So it was fenced in, so you couldn't go and get to that side of the entrance. And then it went underneath ground.
Adler One says, I have a Radio Shack 3-element beam. It's still hooked to my Cobra, but lightning hit it. My neighbors called me and lightning hit your antenna. It fell in the front yard.
Gotcha. But the other entrance went underground for like a major, because there was a major intersection there, and it went for like about almost two blocks, 2 city blocks till you got to the other entrance. So if you didn't know it was there, you know, and it curved, so you couldn't just go down to the entrance and look and see if I was there, you know. So people were literally spent like 5 hours looking for me, and they're screaming, I'm literally right on top of you. Are you inside of a building? You know, they thought I was cheating, you know, and I was literally underground below them. You know, then finally, everybody figured out where I was, and then they had to vote on who had to come tag the car, because you got to tag the car. So then my friend Terry ends up driving his little shitbox car down there, and he tagged the car. Well, instead of just backing out like a normal person, he decides to do the Austin Powers and turn around in the tunnel. Pull forward a little, pull back a little, pull forward a little. And I'm sitting here thinking the whole time, I'm like, if this motherfucker gets stuck, I can't go forward because that's airport property. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You know, he's trying to turn around in this tunnel instead of just backing out. So, yeah, those were good times. I spent way too much time playing CB tag back when I was a kid. But it was a good time. I was good at it. I was good at finding people. I did it on a Cobra 19 Plus, which is not the radio to do this on, because you want to be able to adjust your reception range. So I cheated and I had a coax switch, and I ran one of those little magnet mount antennas that came with like a handheld CB. You know, so you take the little rubber duck antenna off the handheld, and you screw it onto this mag mount, and I stuck that inside the trunk, you know, because I was only using it for reception. I didn't care about transmission. and then I had a regular antenna. So we'd get close with the regular antenna just by watching the RF meter, and then when we got closer, we'd flip the switch, the coax switch, to the one that was inside the trunk, and because it was in a metal box, you know, the gauge would like reset. You know, it'd be like you're barely picking them up. And as you got closer, literally by the time you had full scale on your meter, you were literally parked on top of them. And that's how I used to do it with a 19 Plus. And no, those were good times. Lots of, you know, we were too young to go to the bars. It was, you know, lots of fun, you know, doing it. I mean, it was a good old time. Hopefully I didn't put you guys to sleep on that. I thought it'd be an interesting story to share.
Bill Hillify1 says, that's a good story. Hopefully your friend isn't still turning around. LOL.
No, he eventually did turn around because I had to wait for him to turn around to get out of the tunnel. There's my coworker, just leaving the job site.
James Bond says, I am sleeping.
Yeah, that was the days before the cell phones. I mean, really that killed it. You know, that we used to, everybody had a CB, you know, or a lot of the cool kids had CBs, and we all knew like certain spots where the cops would kind of leave us alone for a while. And if they did come bug us, we all just moved to a different spot. We had multiple spots, and it's like, okay, cops come break us up, you know, 2 hours in or whatever, we just move to the other spot. But as soon as cell phones became prevalent and all the kids, you know, at least my age had them, you know, CB tag, hanging out at spots, that all just kind of died, you know. 'Cause it's like, why are you going to go hang out in this parking lot, you know, with all these random people? You know, when you're already friends with this person and you can just call them directly, you know. The cell phone ended the way we used to be.
James Bond says, yes, sadly so.
Yep. Yep. When you can just call somebody direct, why are you going to go someplace where you got to meet them, you know? I don't know. And it was a great time because
At Bill Hillify1 says, I hear that.
Yeah. It was a great time because, their friends would always bring new people to the group, so there was always constant flow of new people coming in and going out, and you never knew exactly who was going to show up, so it was kind of like, oh, that's cool, this person showed up, and if they weren't there, you could always try to get a hold of them on the radio, and I always had, it was if you had a good radio setup, that was a flaunt, you were the guy, when people can hear you from like all across the city, and then you end up becoming the relay station too, because it's like, hey, I'm trying to get a hold of blah 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 blah, and I just can't hear them, and well, I can hear everybody because I also had really good reception. That was the good thing about that RCI is not only did it have a good transmitter, it had a good receiver, so I could hear people.
Says, radar is where I got my name cause I could find anybody we used to go to our mountains. It's hard to find people, but I could.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get this all done today. There's no way. I just don't see it.
At Bill Hillify1 says, nice job here.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I forgot I want to leave the PTO on so I can get it back into gear.
Yeah, that's a big parking lot.
Yep. I like when we do these commercial jobs because, like I said, I don't have to load the equipment every day. I don't have to pull the trailer every day. It's nice to, just bring the equipment one day and just, not have to worry about shit, Oh, crap. Forgot about that. Yeah, oddly enough, they got us making cutouts for islands and stuff that they're gonna have, like probably grass and whatever curbs and whatnot. And it's weird because usually they'll have that done prior to us doing the asphalt, but it is what it is. So yeah, I miss those times, you know. I miss the CB heyday. It was definitely easier to interconnect with people that you met locally. You know, like right now, it's like, really, I mean, where is it that you can go find somebody to just hang out with that's not a bar? You know, where you're gonna have that type of interaction. I don't know of any places that you can just show up like that, you know. It's just a random get together of people. That you know you can just go every Saturday. You know, every Saturday it's going to be hopping. There's always going to be people there, you know. You can go to like car shows and stuff like that, but I don't know. But then it was also, you had something to do. You weren't just standing around in a parking lot. You could go out and you could play CB tag if you wanted to. And then all your friends are playing together, you know? It's like, cool. I mean, we couldn't do it now with these gas prices, man. Holy crap. That would kill it. But like when gas was cheap, it didn't matter. You know, I'd fill up my car and I could run all night for like, you know, $5, $10. I just hope the GoPro does a good job of showing everything. And it doesn't glitch up the video. It'll be nice if the GoPro can be a reliable camera, the Hero 8, for doing time lapse.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, Chris. James Bond says, Lisa. At Bill Hillify1 says, yeah, it does.
God, that windshield looks so bad again. These bugs are like out like
Lisa
crazy.
Q3B says, what are you doing? Skynet says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. James Bond says, at Lisa Web Q3B trying to do 10 things at once like an octopus. LOL. At Lisa Web Q3B says, RLOL. LOL. James Bond says, why does the camera keep zooming in on your face, Eric? LOL.
I can't see it because there's a whole bunch of overlay buttons in there. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, it's supposed to be auto tracking, so I guess I must be doing something that's making it think it needs to. Let me turn off the overlay real quick so I can monitor that. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. It's supposed to follow me around a little bit, so it keeps me centered in the frame, as you can see. So I'm not 100% sure. That's how we keep that window so small.
James Bond says, it happens when you move your head. LOL.
Well, probably because it's trying to look for my face, and then if I turn like this, I don't know, or turn like that, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why it does it. A glitch in the face tracking thing. Oh yeah, I just saw it.
James Bond says, yeah, it definitely is following, but on occasion it's zooming in. I'm guessing it's refocusing?
Possibly. Or it doesn't like the glasses. Seeing the reflection off the glasses, maybe. We'll see what it does. I'll take them off for a couple of minutes. But I prefer wearing glasses while I'm driving, so if it's a minor annoyance, I guess you guys might just have to put up with it. I don't know. Or I can just turn the camera off. I just figure it's nice to be able to
James
see
Bond
the person
says,
speaking.
yeah, that was it. LOL.
Yeah. I figure it's just nice for people to be able to see who's speaking, so that's why I like having the front-facing camera on. Because otherwise, you know, it's in every other stream, it's a person behind the camera. That's all you ever get to see. You don't get to see the mannerisms. You don't get to see if I'm smiling or if I'm laughing or if I look pissed. You know.
James Bond says, okay, Eric.
So, yeah, I'm going to put the glasses back on. Just doesn't like my glasses today. These are a different pair than I normally wear. I grabbed these from the house the other day.
James Bond says, Bobby used to do a fun thing, Eric. He tied 2 skeletons to the front of his truck so when he was talking it looked like the skeletons were haha.
Okay. So how did he get the skeletons to move when he was talking?
James Bond says, Bobby is an eccentric guy and I have no idea how he did it. He only does it around Halloween time. He left them on until Christmas, then took them off sadly.
Gotcha. Yeah, I ended up finding this program originally back when I was in the convoy. It was called Lyric's Broadcaster. And it had this picture-in-picture feature. It was like literally the only software out there that had it. And back in 2022, really from a IRL standpoint, at least as far as I knew, nobody was doing the picture-in-picture.
James Bond says, If Bobby pops in here, then you know the algorithm working, as he's like one of the big truckers on YouTube, along with Joey Whiskers 1776 and Mike from Freight Relocators. Not sure if you heard of them?
No. See, a lot of times, I don't, you said you've live streamed before. I mean, between work and sleep, very rarely do I get time to watch other streamers, so.
At Lisa Web Q3B says, and Flip Flop Chris.
The only reason I know Gary is because of the fact Heartland Trucking is because of the fact that he was following the convoy, and he was getting restreamed by Fry at the time, and I met him through Fry, and it just happens to be he lives in my state, so we've actually met up in person. But really, I mean, a couple people from the convoy I follow, but they don't really go live anymore. Every once in a while, I'll...
James Bond says, yeah, Eric, that makes sense, and Lisa reminding me of the other trucker Flip Flop, is that is where Scrappy was, LOL.
Yeah. I mean, I'll go on Tommy Tempers, when I see him live, but his channel's changed a lot. It's not the channel it used to be. It used to be...
At Lisa Web Q3B says, he always wear flip-flops, LOL.
Yeah. It used to be, he'd restream other streamers, so you could kind of... It was kind of cool to go there because you could kind of see what was going on, without having to go and look up individual people.
Awesome,
You could just go to Tommy Tempers, and he already had multiple streams going. You could kind of just check on what was going on. Now he kind of comes on and he just he shoots the shit with the chat, and then he doesn't really do panels much anymore. He was doing panels for a little while. He got out of doing that. Now he's in the political thing with the stuff happening up in Alberta. I mean, for me, YouTube has always been has never really been overly a form of entertainment. I mean, I'll watch a few streams here and there, but usually I use it more as a tool. Kind of like, trying to figure out how to fix something that I've never had experience with before. I'm a very visual learner, so being able to watch a guy do a repair and see how it goes for him, it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Sometimes those service manuals are a little lacking when it comes to actual detail.
All the YouTubers having to change, sadly, to adapt to changing times. Many I used to follow I don't watch anymore, like Exploring with Josh. He used to make fun content, but last 3 years not the same.
Yeah. Well, it can be hard. I mean, I tried doing other content where I was doing like product reviews and stuff and recommendations, and the setup time and the having to buy the product to do a review on it stuff like that can get very time consuming and expensive.
At Lisa Web Q3B says, I stopped watching Josh.
Now when we're talking about Josh, are we talking about Hold My Beer Josh?
James Bond says, at Lisa Web Q3B I'm not on about Hold My Beer Josh. The guy I'm on about is only like 30 years old but has millions of subs.
Oh, gotcha. That's a guy that's doing the van life or overlanding stuff.
At George McCormick R7T says, Semper Fi from Chicago.
Hello, sir. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Again, appreciate your service.
James Bond says, hello at George McCormick R7T, welcome in.
Yeah. We're stopping off to get some fuel because we don't want to have the same issue at the scale getting loaded again, because we're down to a quarter tank of fuel. And I'm going to get myself some hot dogs. Hot dog, hot diggity dog.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, William off tomorrow. James Bond says, the Josh I'm on about does urban exploring and goes to different countries filming abandoned buildings and castles. He went to Chernobyl and Fukushima too.
Gotcha. Alright. We're gonna get some fuel quick. I'll leave the mic in here so you guys can TTS to your heart's content. Be right back.
At George McCormick R7T says, thanks Chris. That was in Ukraine. James Bond says, at George McCormick R7T cheers. At George McCormick R7T yeah, before the war started in 2022. At Brett Boyle says, it started in 2014, not 2022. At George McCormick R7T says, February 2022. James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, but that was in the Donbass, not the whole of Ukraine like it is now. At George McCormick R7T says, indirectly in Chechnya. At Brett Boyle says, no, that's when Russia moved on Ukraine officially and the government of Canada initiated sanctions on Russia right after they ran us over with horses, but it started in 2014. James Bond says, at George McCormick R7T, Brett is correct, the conflict started 12 years ago but it was contained to the Donbass region. Now thanks to Joe Biden it's all kicked off big time. At Lisa Wed Q3B says, about to take a nap. James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, but Russian had their puppet in power in Ukraine for years. When he got kicked out then Zelensky came and then things got a lot worse for Ukraine. At Brett Boyle says, LOL. James Bond says, at Lisa Web Q3B, have a good sleep. Joe Biden's dentures, I blame, LOL. At Lisa Web Q3B says, thanks. James Bond says, "You're welcome, Lisa." At Brett Boyle says, "It was the Ukraine government being usurped by weather powers, and the Azov battalion were killing Ukrainians of Russian descent there. Crimea voting to go back to Russia." Western. James Bond says, "Did you see that weird video of Biden? People think he is not human. He was an AI robot with human skin, as the way he walked on a beach with his wife was clumsy like a robot. The video is weird." At Brett Boyle, yet the Azovs were basically far-right Nazis. At Brett Boyle says, "Getting my information from boots on the ground there. A British citizen making a documentary and a French citizen making a documentary. All reports indicated it was Ukrainian killing Ukrainians." James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, "Yeah, it's a stupid needless conflict. All to launder cash, as war is big busyness. BlackRock making a lot of money from this war." At Brett Boyle says, "Yes, it started long prior to 2022. That's just not how the propaganda we call media reports it." James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, "Yep, I'm just glad Trump got in power and stopped Starmer and Macron and the German Chancellor, as they wanted us to all go to war with Russia. LOL, that would have ended badly for us." Skynet says, "Hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you." At Brett Boyle says, Zion Don is a puppet, as is Zelensky, as was Trudeau. We in the West are fed nothing but BS and lies. At Brett Boyle says, they prey upon Western ignorance. Lint 15 says, Eric, I'll have a cherry donut, please. At Brett Boyle says, when one knows real history, not the brainwashing stuff they try and condition with, are able to see through the propaganda, a whole other world appears and becomes clear. Nothing is as it seems. James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, Russell Brand was saying this for years and you see what happened to him? They got him on charges of abusing women to shut him down. They cancel anyone who speaks truth. Heartland Trucking USA raided with a party of 12. Choctaw County says, I need to go to bathroom. Trix FM says, hey, all came with the raid. At Brett Boyle says, Russell Brand I followed for a lot of years, he doesn't get it either. Lint 15 says, hey Fry.
Hello. I hear Fry's here. Hi, Fry.
Heartland Trucking USA says, he is buying the entire store out, I guess.
Oh, jeez. Holy crap. That sucks.
Blue 15 says, better be getting me donuts LOL.
Yeah. I told you, there's something wrong with the truck. Let me see what's going on.
Brett Boyle says, one of the few people that appears on big platforms like Piers and such that do get it, is Anna Kasparian. She's really grown on me. She gets it.
Yeah. Just trying to catch up on the chat real quick.
James Bond says, okay at Choctaw Countiwick 8362 LOL, you did not need to tell us, haha.
Yeah, I wasn't putting my foot into the accelerator. I just wanted to see if it eventually wouldn't start just from cranking.
Heartland Trucking USA says, I could use a blueberry donut about now.
That's funny.
Aaron Och1 says, Eric, you've been slacking.
Yep.
Lint 15 says, make that 2 donuts, Eric.
Ha.
James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, Jordan Peterson used to get it but he's gone mad, haha, he's become a religious nut. Hello to all on the other platforms. Heartland Trucking USA says, you slacker again.
Yep. I needed fuel and I had to clean the windshield. The bugs are really bad right now.
At Brett Boyle says, Peterson never got it. He's always favored the false narratives and BS even if he has called 1 or 2 out. And his wife is a total nutter. Choctaw County says, we at the store.
Yeah, I needed fuel. I didn't want to have the same problem we had last time, where I had no fuel on the scale.
Heartland Trucking USA says, dang, that's bad long starting.
If I put my foot into the accelerator, it starts quicker, but I just wanted to see if it wouldn't start without me doing that.
James Bond says, LOL, just about starting, haha. Trix FM says, that was the longest one yet.
Yep.
Red Oil says, want good boots on the ground reporting. I suggest checking out Dmitry Lakaris. He has been to Venezuela, Lebanon, Iran. He brought reports out of the Strait used by major media. Lakaris.
This should be the last load.
James Bond says, at Red Oil, it was hilarious when Peterson debated with Professor Dawkins. The professor literally scowled Peterson and made him look like a child at kindergarten.
So by the time we get back to the job site, it'll be about 4 o'clock.
Heartland Trucking USA says, does that have a fuel water separator? Gotta be the fuel pump or solenoid.
We're thinking it might be the check valve that's supposed to keep the prime. That's the way we're leaning right now.
James Bond says, Heartland Trucking, that's what I was thinking. Fuel pump issue.
Well, there is no electric fuel pump in this truck. It's a siphon system.
Heartland Trucking USA says, did you just park at the car pumps instead of the diesel pumps?
Yeah, I like filling up at the car pump because I can use my tap to pay. Where at the truck pump I have to go in and I got to go through the whole rigmarole to use tap to pay.
At Red Oil says, Canadian, I would suggest to check out on politics and insight to what's happening is Dmitry Lakaris, lawyer who used to work for Goldman Sachs, and now is on the proper side against establishment.
When I go to the truck pumps, they've got to transfer it over to another register so I can do tap to pay, and it's just a big ordeal. It's simpler to tap to pay at the pump.
James Bond says, at Red Oil. When my diesel car's crank sensor went, it would never start again, so guess what he did with the car? I just left it in the Superstore's car park with the keys and a sign saying it's free if you want it.
Yeah, but what about the title?
At Red Oil says, I follow a ton of political channels from all walks around the globe. Eric mentioned earlier I'm in other channels doing the tough or controversial topics. Good to get information from everywhere.
Yep.
Heartland Trucking USA says, 2005 D13 engine?
2013 D13.
James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, my uncle is a Freemason, he knows some real shit. Goes to the Masonic Lodge in Watford, but he will not divulge any info to me. I reckon he knows the real world's history. Freemasons here had some interesting discussions. They were surprised I knew what I knew. LOL, said it could get me in trouble. I responded I didn't care. Truth is truth.
Yeah.
James Bond says, I left the logbook in the car with it. It was only worth 100 British pounds scrap, and I could not be bothered to go all the way back for only 100 British pounds, as it was like 130 miles away, haha.
Gotcha. And we're caught up on the chat.
James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, yeah, there is a movie with Tom Cruise in it and he meets the head of the secret society. Eyes Wide Shut, I think it's called. At Brett Boyle, yeah, there is a movie with Tom Cruise in it and he meets the head of the secret society. Eyes. Eyes Wide Shut, the move is, I think. Heartland Trucking USA says, D13 uses a common rail fuel system with a high-pressure fuel pump and a fuel pump solenoid, or similar control valve, that regulates fuel flow to the injectors. This solenoid is part of the fuel control module and can fail, causing the pump to not prime or deliver fuel properly.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're thinking. We're thinking it's losing prime.
At Brett Boyle says, I just watched Eyes Wide Shut again a couple weeks ago. Certainly hits different now. Sam Luke 06 says, hey I bro, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat.
Just followed you, bro.
Cool beans.
James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, yeah, it's amazing that we don't think about these things until years later. Sam Luke 06 says, how long have you been playing this game, bro?
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like it's a bot. This is real life. This isn't a game.
Heartland Trucking USA says, at Sam Luke 06, this is IRL Sammy.
Yep. Yeah, we'll help him figure that out real quick. Hold on one
James
second.
Bond says, cheers Sam Luke for following. Heartland Trucking USA says, put on a lift pump like they do with Duramaxes will help.
Yeah, we're talking about putting a fast fuel system on to do that. So, yeah, no, we're real life. We're real people in real life, not a video game.
James Bond says, and by a glitch in the Matrix we just passed Mason Street, haha.
So nope, this is real life.
At Red Boyle says, LOL.
Either he's a bot or he thinks that we're playing Truck Simulator.
James Bond says, at Red Boyle, like what are the odds we are talking about Freemasons and at same time Eric passes Mason Street, LOL.
Yeah.
James Bond says, that's the cool views as we see inside the command module.
A lot of people don't like this view though, oddly enough.
Heartland Trucking USA says, at SamLuke06 also American Truck Sim is down the hall if you want to see sim trucking.
Yeah, but why would you want to see sim trucking? IRL is so much better.
At Red Boyle says, like, subscribe, share. Aeronauch1 says, what's real life speed up that truck?
She'll do 90, 95. There's no limiter or governor on this truck.
James Bond says, George Washington was a Freemason from what I remember. I see the wireless router there, Eric.
Yep, it's over there on the dash. Surprisingly, it's just sitting there and it hasn't moved. I mean, there's a little bit of a
Trucking
pocket.
USA says, exactly.
Yeah. There's a little bit of a pocket, but yeah, it's been just kind of hanging out there.
James Bond says, I actually got fooled this morning by a sim trucker. The graphics did look very realistic.
Ah, gotcha.
Heartland Trucking USA says, we do the real trucking, not the artificial trucking with 3D viewing, no nothing, 100% real trucking.
Yeah.
Would have been a nice place to put the box of donuts from Quick Trip Lumeo.
Yeah.
Admirator1 says, duh. James Bond says, I'm surprised how stable it is, haha. I would have used blue tack to hold it down, but it's chilling in its spot, haha.
Yeah, it's, I mean, it's got a little bit of a recess around the edges. And, I mean, granted, if I hit a hard stop or something like that, it'll probably go flying, but where's it going to fly to? The windshield? You know?
And Eric is a real trucker, as he actually is changing gears manually, no automatic gearbox here, lol.
Yeah, right, Carmen.
Get picture so proud.
Sorry, I took the microphone with me. I know TTS wasn't working there for a minute.
Heartland Trucking USA says, ah, she said.
Time to get loaded. Hopefully it's the last load. I can't see it. I can't see him sending me back up for 5 o'clock load. Hold on 1 second, guys.
James Bond says, Admirator1, is she gonna work at the Good Samaritan Hospital? My ex used to work there as she was a pediatric nurse. Admirator1 says, one of my friends is a Freemason, but he can't talk about nothing about what goes on. He's been in there for over 20 years. James Bond says, Admirator1, yet Freemasons would be probably unallied if they said a word about what happens. Skynet says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you. James Bond says, AI overlord with 2 important messages there lol.
Yep. Alright, be right back. Ah, crap. Dropped the mic. Now, I personally like the camera where it is, but the other people watching last night was saying that, let me adjust this, was saying it was better up higher like this, because they could see more of what was going on. I personally thought the visor got blocked out more, in my opinion.
James Bond says, okay Eric.
See, I think you could see more of this, which is like takes away from the experience, in my opinion.
Heartland Trucking USA says, keep the cam the way you want.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just raised the camera up a bit. But I think then you're seeing the roof and you're seeing, and it's not as good
James
of a view.
Bond says, I agree with you Eric, I like this view, but if the audience likes the other view then best to give the people what they want.
Yep, like Telescope says, the chat always wins. But it's nice because I considered I can grab this camera quick, you know, and I can be like, okay, you know, okay, look at that, you know, or look at the traffic over there. So I mean, it's nice to have this camera available, even if they don't love the view. I mean, it is nice, so whatever. Come on, change cameras. There we go. And it's so much easier to put back onto the mount. It just literally clips right in.
James Bond says, yeah it's cool. Admirator1 says, I'm here for you, Eric. You can put that camera in where you want to. You're the boss. Applesauce. I pay attention to your content and try to be a good subscriber.
That's cool. Well, I mean, I guess I was just asking the opinion. That was, a lot of it was Kimberly Sweets that said that she liked the camera higher like that. Where I think then you're looking at the upper dash where there's nothing going on and the rub in the ceiling. Where when the camera was lower a little bit, you can kind of see more, you're more centered. But I don't know. You know, like Telescope says, you know, the chat always wins. So, you know, it's not what I like, it's what you guys like. You know, you guys are the ones tuning in. Wow, we got 9 people over on Twitch. That's crazy. Well, hello everybody at Twitch. Nice to see you. Welcome to the channel. Oh, you rated me. Is that what it was? Okay.
Heartland Trucking USA says, you're welcome for the raid, Eric.
Well, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. They missed out on all the fun stories, though. We were telling stories about
I brought in 17 from my raid.
cool beans. Yeah, we were telling stories about the CB days and playing CB tag and all the unique hiding spots I used to do. They missed out on all that. Some food recipes. You guys should have been here earlier. Ah, yeah, it
Heartland
wasn't
Trucking
clipped to
USA
me.
says, I got a few clips added to your channel.
Yeah, the mic wasn't off. It was just I forgot to put it. I forgot to put it back on me.
Trix FM says, your mic is off. Thanks.
Yeah, when I got out of the truck to get my ticket, I forgot to put it back on.
Heartland Trucking USA says, Mr. Audio will be on your case, Eric Lameo.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't mind the reminder. What the hell's going on here? I guess we'll split the difference.
Choctaw County says, truck on.
Truck on, yep. No,
At Brian Acosta 007 says, good afternoon everyone.
hi Brian, good afternoon. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Hopefully this is the last load of the day.
James Bond says, afternoon at Brian Acosta 007, welcome in. Heartland Trucking USA says, Mayo, why are you tired, Bob?
Yeah, I'm tired.
Adler1 says, I like to see in cars like that movie American Vacation, like when that beautiful lady in the red car pulled up alongside his old station wagon, and the kids were sleeping smiling at him.
Yeah.
Adverst Vic Clive says, hey Eric and Chad.
Hey, Miss Vic, how you doing today? Good to see you. Welcome to the channel and welcome to the chat.
James Bond says, Adverst Vic Clive, good to see you, welcome in.
Yeah, the Vics, they've got a gaming channel that they go on. Well, Miss Vic's got a bird watching, squirrel, nature channel, but then the one that she does with her husband, which
Heartland Trucking USA says, Mrs. Vic, how are you? Hello from the Twitch Better platform, LOL.
Which it's called VixBC Live. They do gaming. Right now they've been on Truck Simulator a lot, so at least last I saw. So it's kind of ironic, you know. I'm doing it IRL, they're doing it virtual.
At Brett Boyle says, Brian, MRST, howdy.
They don't have to worry about cleaning the windshield all the time for the camera view, though. So I guess in a sense that's better.
Adverst Vic Clive says, hi Chris and Brett.
If anybody wants to drop their
James
links,
Bond
go
says,
right ahead.
cheers Adverst Vic Clive.
Like I was saying, if anybody wants to drop Vic BC Live's link and Miss Vic's link for anybody that's interested. I've got better graphics. Well, that's just because you guys don't have a good enough graphics card to crank it all the way out.
Adverst Vic Clive says, you have better graphics, LOL.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to turn this on just for you because I don't know if you were here before. I've got an inside the cab camera too. So let me fire that up for you real quick.
Trucking USA says, Mrs. T at Gary, formerly from Interstate Travel Crew from YouTube.
So here you go, Miss Vic. So we've got an inside view too. Hello.
Trix FM says, hey Vix.
Yeah. Not a lot lot of people like this view.
James Bond
So
says, at Brett Boyle thanks as him sleeping on the job LOL.
oddly enough, not a lot of people like that view. So whatever.
Trix FM says, my first PC was a VIC-20 haha.
Yeah. My first PC was a Commodore 128 with the detachable keyboard.
First Vic Clive says, nice.
See, I had a fancy Commodore. I had one that actually had the computer case and a detachable keyboard, like a real computer.
I like both views.
Well, thank you. We've been trying to figure out a way to get outside views of the truck, but we've run into a problem that every time
Brett Boyle says, haha, it's all good. They're years old friends. Like said earlier, Chris, a lot of history and lore with a lot of us LOL. I've been a mod for a long time too. Lots of practice LOL.
Yeah. But every time we try to get out of the truck with one of the cameras, the stream just goes to crap. It won't. I can't get any signal outside of the truck. So we're still working that.
Trucking USA says, my first computer usage was an Apple IIe.
Well, I used an Apple IIe in school, but my first computer I owned was that Commodore 128. I think was the designation after. But
James Bond says, at Brett Boyle awesome.
Yeah, so we're still trying to work out the technical bugs of how to get a camera outside of the truck and have the Wi-Fi hold up. I mean, we got AI glasses with cameras that work fine in the truck when I can get them to set up. They're a pain in the butt to set up. But yeah, as soon as I step outside the truck, everything, phones, the GoPro, everything, as soon as I walk out of the truck, is just dead to the world.
James Bond says, I had one of those E-machines, they were okay but had no GPU, haha.
Oh, I had an E-machine too, but what I meant was the Commodore 128, the revision was, I think, the Model E revision of the Commodore 128 because it had the external keyboard. Where normal Commodore 128s were, the keyboard was basically the computer. Yeah, I've had a lot of computers over the years. Most of them I built myself. Hell, I remember when you couldn't go to the store and buy a router because routers really just didn't exist the way they do now. And you'd take an old 486 computer and you'd stick 2 network cards in there, and then there was a disk image called floppy Linux, and you'd put it in the floppy drive. You didn't have to have a hard drive, and it would literally boot up a custom distro of Linux that would let you turn that computer into a router.
Zandex69 says, hey at Mechadisaric America. Hello Gary and Fry, how are you guys doing?
Hi Zandex, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Thanks for stopping in.
Red Oil says, maybe the truck is possessed and ready to go all maximum overdrive on you, Eric. Be careful washing that windshield, LOL.
Well, that should make it happy. It probably wants to get pampered. But I mean, just so you guys know, I'm being lazy. I'm just washing the side that you guys are viewing.
Trucking USA says, at Zandex69 doing good here, and yourself.
I just wash the side that the camera's on. The other side doesn't faze me. It'll get much worse before I care about washing it.
Trix FM says, hey at Zandex69, hope all is well with you. Zandex69 says, at Heartland Trucking USA I'm doing fantastic. Just hanging out here after a hard day's work today.
That's fun. What do you do, Zandex? What kind of work are you into?
James Bond says, I remember the old 256 kilobyte modems you had to plug into your landline. The speed was terrible. Thank God broadband was invented.
Yeah. It was very miserable for us because in Wisconsin we didn't get cable modems for like 3 or 4 years after everybody else, like down in Texas, already had it.
Adverst Vic Clive says, how long have you been driving today?
Well, I pretty much started the live about 15 minutes after I started driving, so however long it says. Right now, my little cheat sheet is telling me 8 hours and 7 minutes. But hopefully this is my last load.
Zandex69 says, I'm a video editor, I do ads mainly.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I only dabble in that type of stuff. I wish I would add more time. I like to try to stay relevant in it. I like to stay relevant in a lot of different technologies, but yeah, I definitely would never call myself a pro. a struggling amateur at best.
Says, yes, stream length is at 8 hours 23 minutes, so that is pretty accurate at 8 hours 7 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, I know why, because at the very beginning of the stream I restarted the phone because we were having low, the TTS was really quiet, and so I restarted the phone to see if it needed a kick in the ass. So yeah. That explains where the time went.
Zandex69 says, at Trix FM I thought you were a radio station operator.
Oh, it's weird that it completely skipped over Fry. TTS didn't say anything about what he said. That's weird.
Trix FM says, yes, I also do radio. Zandex69 says, TTS lady needs a break, sometimes works all day, haha.
Yeah. There we go.
Trix FM says, and back in the day I did TV spots that ran in cable TV. Admirator1 says, when I went to school, computers weren't invented, a cell phone, more team, and thought of back when they used the paddle that got your attention. Zandex69 says, oh you did, well you're an OG then. Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you. Trix FM says, yes and I an old LOL.
Yeah, I kind of messed up on saying AI.
Just my GPU back then cost $2,500. Trix FM says, and that was about 25 years ago. Let me find a link. Zandex69 says, that's crazy, and I bet you had to wait a lot to render frames. James Bond says, yes, Fry is 86 years old today, haha. Admirator1 says, my first cell phone was a Motorola. It was the size of a brick and almost as heavy. I've had the same number since we first started using cell phones, the same carrier.
That's cool. Mine was the Nokia, the really popular, like, unbreakable Nokia. where you can play Snake on it.
Trix FM says, Canopus Car TV Storm 2 was what I used to make TV commercials for TV. James Bond says, Admirator 1 mine was a Nokia with the huge aerial on it back in 1998 and my dad's car had a charging cradle for it too.
Ah. My personal favorite phone, I love the Razor. I had the, it wasn't my first phone obviously, but I mean, when the Razor came out, I really liked that phone. I had taken that phone, I got into the firmware, I was able to boost the speaker on it because I always thought it was a little quiet. So I was able to go into the actual software and manually jack up the audio a little louder. I got into some of the settings and I was able to turn on wireless modem, or not wireless, wired modem. So I could tether that phone to my computer and use that phone as internet. I mean, it was slow as shit because this would have been like 3G era. But I mean, it was like double the speed of like dial-up basically. So it worked. I could get to web pages.
Trix FM says, it would do the transitions in real time at Zandex 69.
Yeah, that video card wasn't like this one where it actually rendered it. It was more like it took sources and then just kind of spliced them together, is what it sounds
James
like.
James Bond says, was that the flip phone by Motorola, Aaron?
Yes, that was that flip phone, the Motorola Razr.
Zandex 69 says, for 25 years ago that is actually really good. You had one of the high-end ones, I wouldn't expect that. From something so old. Trix FM says, I was in Adobe Shop back then.
Yeah, whenever I was going to go out on the town, I'd take the SIM card out of my smartphone.
James Bond says, awesome, I had one of those way back in the 2000s.
Yeah. I'd take the SIM card out of my smartphone, which was either a BlackBerry or I think it was one of the first Windows phones, and I'd put it in that Razr, so I'd had something nice and convenient.
Trix FM says, back when you could buy the software.
But Fry wouldn't have liked the Razr because I don't think it had a headphone jack.
Trix FM says, the TV Storm 2 card was one of the best cards for real-time effects.
Yeah.
I still have the card.
Why does that not surprise me? That Fry still has the card. Question is how many capacitors do you need to replace on it to make it work again? It seems like all the old stuff, the capacitors eventually blow up.
Zandex69 says, was Adobe Premiere a thing back then or something else? Trix FM says, and it was on XP. Yes.
Alright, quick bathroom break. Be right back. Hopefully nobody steals the truck.
Zandex69 says, it's crazy that your card is older than me now. Trix FM says, Girls Gone Wild was edited on Adobe, so yes. Admirator1 says, I thought just about every type of phone, but when you got kids and grandkids and you wanna FaceTime with them nowadays, I have to have my iPhone Pro Max 14 with 1 terabyte for pictures. James Bond says, okay Eric. Trix FM says, LOL, like I said, I an old tech dude. Zandex69 says, how'd you get into doing TV spots?
I cheated and I bought a soda.
Trix FM says, and my video edit rig was Pentium 4 with 4 gigs RAM.
Yeah, Fry, explain a little bit more how that video card worked. It wasn't like a traditional video card where it renders. It did like video editing and then had rendering overlays over the video, but it wasn't powerful like the modern ones.
James Bond says, nice Mountain Dew.
Yeah. Yeah, I cheated. Every once in a while, I will.
At Lisa Web Q3B says, 10:44 p.m. in UK.
Every once in a while, if I feel like I need a soda, I'll drink a soda. Not that way.
LOL.
You guys have been watching for a couple of weeks. How many sodas have you guys seen me drink?
James Bond says, at Lisa Wed Q3B you're wrong LOL it's 9:44 p.m. UK time. Trix FM says, I worked for a infomercial company called TMI Vision. That's how I got into the biz. At Lisa Wed Q3B says, Ops LOL.
Alright, we back.
James Bond says, LOL Lisa.
Fry forgot to yell at me for not putting my mic back on. So I don't know how much you guys heard me. I was asking Fry to explain how that video card worked. Because my understanding it was more like a video editing card with the capability of doing overlays, not like a modern graphics card where it could actually render video.
Zandex69 says, wow, been a while since I even heard the term infomercial, but I'm basically doing the modern version of that.
But wait, there's more. Infomercials. But wait, there's more.
Trix FM says, the DV Storm 2 was a PCI capture and output card with dedicated video decoder, encoder, and FireWire chips. It handled analog to digital conversion, DV compression, and real-time analog DV output in hardware.
Yeah.
Trix FM says, most effects and multi-layer editing ran in software on the CPU, staying in high-quality UV color space. It had an optional hardware MPEG-2 encoder daughterboard for real-time DVD encoding. James Bond says, okay Eric, leave a post-it note on your dash next time LOL.
Yeah. Well, fingers crossed he doesn't send me back for another load. Because it's almost 4 o'clock. He may try to send me back. I don't know.
Trix FM says, modern GPUs do all that. Decoding, effects, transitions, even encoding. Massively parallel on thousands of cores. Way faster and with way higher resolutions than the Storm 2 ever could. The old card was specialized hardware for 2003 era real-time SD video. Today's GPUs are general-purpose monsters. James Bond says, Firewire, that's all.
Yep.
Trix FM says, I will have to get that old system running again. James Bond says, Eric is looking forward mostly LOL. Admirator1 says, I thought I was Leroy, change my name. I've seen you drink more water.
Yeah, we lost all the names for some reason. I don't know what happened. So I've been putting them in slowly but surely.
Zandex69 says, so was it not able to render videos? Like it should have been able to form my understanding. Trix FM says, I made a ton of money with that card. James Bond says, I've got an old HP Pentium 4 machine that still works and will play 720p YouTube videos, not bad for S machine over 20 years of age. Trix FM says, yes it did in DV format if I remember.
Yeah.
James Bond says, hyper-threaded Pentium 4 CPU it is.
Yep, we're going back for one more. Son of a
Trix FM
bitch.
says, standard NTSC resolution back then was 720 by 480 pixels. That's what the Canopus cards captured and edited at.
Yep, gotta go back to Green Bay for one more. Son of a bitch.
Zandex69 says, yeah, that makes sense.
It's getting tight in here.
Trix FM says, remember this was for TV way before YouTube. James Bond says, LOL Eric, no rest for the wicked.
Yeah. He's not going to finish today, so I don't know why we're pushing, because we're going to have to finish tomorrow. So it's just stupid, in my opinion. We're going to be like done super early tomorrow. When we could have knocked off today and just finished it up tomorrow. So, oh well.
James Bond says, yeah, Fry, I wonder if Daily Motion was up before YouTube? Trix FM says, now what I can do with my video editing rigs, it's nuts. Yes. James Bond says, yeah. Final Cut and Premiere Pro can do many things.
Alright, we got Leroy fixed.
At Brett Boyle says, pushed hard today and off early on a Friday, isn't so bad.
Well, I gotta work afterwards too, so I don't know. I gotta fix that seal coat machine. And I gotta do all the filters on this truck. The thing that
Trix
sucks...
FM says, Daily Motion launched in March 2005. YouTube was founded in February 2005 and went live a couple months later in April. So they're basically the same year.
The thing that's gonna suck is all the other guys are gonna get off, and I'm gonna still have to be working. And like I told you guys, I get paid by the day. So, where normally I'd get off and I'd be done.
At RayBoudreau17 says, good afternoon Eric and chat.
Good afternoon, Ray. Welcome back.
Trix FM says, I was on Daily Motion. And Google Video. At Brett Boyle says, Ray. James Bond says, cool Fry, I used to love Daily Motion but sadly they have wrecked it nowadays. Trix FM says, need to get ready for work later all.
Alright, catch you later, Fry.
James Bond says, Eric asked your boss to get you free beer as a bonus LOL.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really drink, but I like Brett's idea that's coming up on TTS.
Leroy says, he probably promised the guy you'd have it done on time. I don't know anybody can do anything on time, just say in my opinion that darn funny no matter who you are. I remember so many people using that.
No. Been working on time management with him.
At Brett Boyle says, maybe a Guinness for his sausage LOL.
Yep, that's it.
James Bond says, catch you next time, Fry. Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Let's see if we can fix that. So I got your name fixed there, Leroy.
Trix FM says, I will send you a video of that old system with the card later today, Eric.
Okay, cool beans.
James Bond says, LOL, Guinness is damn good stuff, but it costs a fortune in the UK, $4 a can.
Holy crap, that is pretty bad.
Yes, AI Overlord. At Fry TV says, later at Chris ARs 007.
I figured you'd get a kick out of it saying AI Overlord.
Later at Brett Boyle.
Yeah, I never did the cool stuff that I guess Fry's done with running a radio station.
James Bond says, cheers at Fry TV, see you next time, mate.
Or video editing and all that, but I was in the computer industry. I used to build computers for a living, and I still have a pretty nice setup. I mean,
Trix FM says, later at Zandex69.
Yeah. I mean, I'll wait for this last TTS to come in real quick.
James Bond says, LOL, yeah, the AI Overlord gag is funny.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, just the setup I got going on here is crazy. But I've got 100 terabytes of data storage back at my house on one server. I've got 47 terabytes on another. You know, my gaming rigs, while they're a couple years old, they're I run a i9 14 gen i9 with a RTX 4080. I couldn't justify the 4090, you know. So I like the tech just as much as anybody else. I mean,
Boyle says, cheers there, Fry.
I mean, I've literally got a router in here that's probably as powerful as Fry's Pentium 4 computer. It runs a full-blown distro of Linux on it. I could literally run a...
Sorry, was having a quick shower.
Oh, that's okay. I could literally host my own website in the truck on the router, you know. So yeah, I like a lot of tech too. Yeah, I think it's got an A7 ARM processor in it. And I'm not 100% sure what distro of Linux it's running. It's running OpenWRT, and I'm not sure what flavor of Linux they run. I know it's Linux.
Leroy says, yeah, thank you. I know you can't do everything all at once. You have a lot of stuff to watch out for and do. I saw you pull over. I've been with you all day. It's been a pretty good day so far.
Yeah, we haven't really had too many technical bugs. A little bit here and there, but nothing too crazy, I would say. I'm pretty happy with the way the stream's been going. But yeah, no, like I said, I don't know if somebody wants to Google that, maybe. Find out what, well, here. We can ask Meta. Hey, Meta. Let's find out what it is.
James Bond says, welcome back, Brett. I'm gonna head off now as I'm literally falling asleep here. Been up since 4 a.m. this morning and it's past 10 p.m. so off to bed. See you all next time. Eric, Brett, Leroy, Fry.
Alright, good night, Chris. Hey, Meta, what version of Linux does OpenWRT software run?
Pulling that up right now.
Let's see what she's got to say about that.
Brett Boyle says, later, Chris, have a good night.
It's struggling with that one. Interesting.
Hey, I noticed it's been quiet for a bit. Last we were talking about versions, but I didn't get the full question. What's on your mind now? Or what would you like to chat about?
Huh. Alright.
James Bond says, cheers, Eric and Brett. Catch you next time.
Alright, catch you later. My question was, there is a router software called OpenWRT, and I know it's based on Linux. I'm curious what version of Linux
The Gawker guy
is it
says,
running?
rest easy, Chris.
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Are you talking about the Concord mission or something else? Want to tell me a bit more so I can help?
Wow, it's really stupid. Okay, there's a piece of software that runs on routers called OpenWRT, which is a open source.
OpenWRT is an open source firmware you can flash onto routers to replace the stock software. Exactly, OpenWRT is fully open source. That means the code is public and you can modify it, build custom packages, or tweak
James
settings.
Bond says, cheers at the Gawker guy. See you soon.
So the question is what distribution of Linux is that based on?
Good question. Checking the Linux base for OpenWRT.
so what Linux kernel is it based on?
Let me check which Linux kernel OpenWRT uses. OpenWRT uses the mainline Linux kernel, and the version depends on the release. The current stable 2410 series runs on Linux 6.6 LTS, which gave it better hardware support and long-term stability. Earlier versions like 2305 were on 515, so it tracks newer kernel releases over time.
Okay, so if I want to install software using apt or apt-get or some other type of file downloader, what is it compatible with? Is it compatible with Debian software, or is it Unix, or what software is compatible with it?
Let me clear that up for you. OpenWRT doesn't use apt or apt-get. It uses its own package manager called OPKG for older releases. And as of OpenWRT 25.12, it switched to APK from Alpine Linux. So Debian software packages aren't directly compatible because OpenWRT uses.
Okay, why do you keep stopping?
I'm not stopping on purpose. I'm just giving you short spoken answers since we're in a voice chat. I can keep going though. What else do you want to know about OpenWRT or its packages?
So basically you're saying that it's compatible with Alpine Linux applications.
Not quite. OpenWRT only uses APK as its package manager now, which is the same tool Alpine Linux uses. But the actual software packages aren't interchangeable. OpenWRT builds its own packages specifically for embedded routers with a much smaller footprint. So you can't just take an Alpine Linux package and run it on OpenWRT.
Okay, but if I wanted to install Nano, how would I get that? Where in Linux normally I would type in apt install Nano. How would I do it on the OpenWRT system?
On OpenWRT, you'd use opcage instead of apt. So you type opcage update first to refresh the package list, then opcage install nano to install it. If you're on OpenWRT 2512 or newer, it uses APK. So the command would be APK update followed by APK add nano.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
You're very welcome. Glad I could help you sort out OpenWRT. If you have any other questions,
So OPKG.
Aaron Och1 says, are you in Wisconsin?
Yes, sir. We are in Wisconsin. We are actually between Manitowoc and Green Bay at the moment. Yeah, on the side, up in the upper right corner, it tells you the current state. I didn't realize the microphone was off. I switched out microphones for because the battery on the other one was dying. Yes, we're in Wisconsin. If you look at the upper right corner of the screen, it tells you this the city and the state I'm in. we don't pretty much ever leave Wisconsin. We're currently in between Manitowoc and Green Bay. We're on our way up to Green Bay. So, yeah, I put the other mic away. So you
Oil says, we lost audio.
Yeah. Should have audio now. I can see the audio meter going. So yeah, we don't normally leave Wisconsin. We did last year. We went up to Upper Michigan, and that's the first time we've ever left Wisconsin in 15 years. Yeah. So, but yeah, normally we just run in Wisconsin. We do Green Bay, Appleton, Oshkosh, Fond du Lac, Sheboygan, Manitowoc, you know, then the outlying, you know, cities. But that's kind of our, you know, every once in a while we'll go out to like Baraboo, which is like, I don't know why we end up all the way out there, but sometimes we'll end up in Baraboo, Wisconsin, out by the Dells. Then we've had a few where we've gone way northwest. But normally we try to stay right around basically Lake Winnebago, roughly. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Usually these mics automatically come alive when you take them off the charger base. They've been weird like that where I now have to check to see if they're on. And sometimes I forget to check when I swap them out, swap the two mics out, and I'll have a no audio situation for a few seconds. It's just simply I swapped mics and forgot to turn it on. So thank you for the reminder. I appreciate it, everybody. So yeah. So that was interesting. I was kind of curious what version of Linux that router was running. I think it was the first version it was talking about, not the Arch. Not the Arch Linux, but the original one. I'll have to go into the console and see if those updates work. That'll pretty much tell me if that is the version or not. But like I said, I mean, it's a full-fledged Linux computer, you know, and it's got packages that I can set up an email server on a router. I could set up a web page. I could, you know, pretty much anything you can think of that you could do on a Linux computer that doesn't have a video interface. I can pretty much set up on this router. It's crazy. It's flipping crazy. If it had a sound card, it'd be kind of funny. If it had a sound card, I could set up a link where you guys could ping the router and it would play a sound. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any way I could add sound to it without going crazy. I mean, I could probably hook up a USB hub to it because it's only got one USB port, and I could probably hook up a USB sound card that Linux would recognize, and then I could probably set up some type of distribution to, like a web page. You guys would go to the web page, you could press a button, and when you press the button, it would play audio here in the truck. That'd be crazy. And it'd all be hosted on the router. You know, I could set up probably remote lights. You guys could push buttons for lights and stuff. I don't know. Yeah, could do some crazy things. Who knows? Maybe in my fun time I'll figure out something like that. Do some fun, crazy stuff. Give you the ability to be able to honk the horn. Randomly, the air horn just goes off. I don't know, you guys would probably have too much fun with that.
Leroy says, do you remember Minnesota Mike and Wendy from the Conway?
Yes, I remember Minnesota Mike and Wendy. Every blue moon, Minnesota Mike will reach out and say hi. I haven't talked to Wendy in probably about a year. Well, Wendy's the one that came with me to go pick up the ambulance. What about Wendy and Minnesota Mike, just out of curiosity?
One says, are you smoking Marlboro or Newports?
Marv Menthol hundreds in the box. I need to quit. It's my last vice, though. I don't drink, I don't do drugs. Smoking's my last thing I need to kick. And I need to kick them. Because they are way too expensive at almost $14 a pack. It is a very expensive habit right now. It was bad enough when they were $10 a pack. I just need a little bit less stress. It's my stress reliever. And I tend to smoke more when I drive, unfortunately. It's boredom smoking. That's really what it is. I knew he was going to send me up here for another load.
Leroy says, I know she's from Arizona. I'm just trying to remember people. I knew a lot of them, but with my brain things come slow, really slow.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, hopefully the name sticks this time. I don't know what happened. All the names were in there yesterday, and then when I fired up the stream today, it went dum dum diddy, and it didn't remember anybody's nicknames. So don't be offended if tomorrow I got to put your name in again. I'll try to save the profile, see if I can import it back in tomorrow if it's not working. But yeah, I don't know what happened. I mean, it is a free program, so you know there's going to be a few bugs here and there, and we just got to accept the fact that sometimes little things like that'll pop up where I got to re-enter the nicknames in. You know, I had a list of like 35 nicknames, and they were just all gone.
At Kentuckithan 888 says, hello Eric, we all have our habits with stuff. Like I like to drink soda. I need to get off that LOL.
Yeah, I mean that's a big one. You know, as I just finished the soda. Yeah, soda is like one of the biggest negatives you can have because you know you're taking in so much damn sugar. But every once in a while, you know, if I just feel a little run down or whatever, you know, I'll drink one because it'll make me feel better. Especially if I think my blood sugar is a little low. Kind of at that stage where I'm like pre-diabetic, so kind of have to watch it a little bit here and there. I don't have to do insulin or take my blood sugar all the time, but you know, just got to be in tune with what my body's doing. Well, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Nice to see you again, Kentucky. Welcome to the racetrack between Manitowoc and Green Bay. As we go for another lap of asphalt. I was really hoping that I was going to be done on that last one. But we're almost to Green Bay, we're almost to the plant. This should definitely be our last load. Downside is if I decide to come back to Green Bay to get a hotel, I've got to drive all the way back up here again. Which I might do. Because I like my sleep in the morning. I do not like getting up at the crack of frickin' dawn to get up to Green Bay by 7 o'clock in the morning. I'd rather go to the hotel, which is 12 minutes away, wake up at 6, and be out the door by, or wake up at 6:30 and be out the door by 7:30. Set up all this stuff.
Sign that the AI overlord says. Hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Oh, it said AI better this time. That's good. I'd rather be 12 minutes away, get up at 6:30, out the door by 7:30, set up all the stuff for streaming and be to the plant. Or actually it would be, never mind, 5:30, out the door by 6:30 to be by the plant by 7. I'm so used to, we normally have a 8:30 start, so this being at the plant at 7:30 or 7 o'clock in the morning is just for the birds. And it looks like I gotta clean the windshield again. We are literally having a bug fest today. I literally had a bug just explode right in front of my face. Let's see if I can get it off.
Leroy says, that's why I didn't bother you about it earlier this morning. It wasn't that big of a deal, but I'm glad you know who I am. You're friends on Facebook too.
Yep, I've seen your posts. I don't usually have a lot of time to respond to them, but I see them. I need to get some new wipers. These are junk. These are not good wipers. Wipers are not a high priority for this truck because we don't normally work in the rain. So it gets forgotten about quite often. Usually the wipers will start to fall apart when we need them, and then it's like, oh, time to go get wipers. Well, there's the Tesla truck running his last load probably.
Why don't you pull up to the front? about that.
Oh, this guy was spraying diesel in his box. This guy's a little hand jug. Naughty, naughty.
At Denad 8038 says, I recently heard you mention the name of one of the past followers, which was Polish Agnes.
Yeah, I read your message, Denny. I'll be right back. Welcome to the
I
channel.
always
Welcome to the
enjoyed
chat.
listening to her, but I do think she was taken advantage of by the dude from Long Island. I'm glad she dumped him.
Yeah.
Which silo, do you want me to silo?
Yeah, the guy from Long Island, was that Freedom Jeffrey that you're talking about?
At Brett Boyle says, Hippie came in a couple days ago and said hello.
Yeah, I know. She had called me about something. I don't remember what, or I had called her about something.
What do you want, 5, please?
I think she called me because I told her I was in the middle of live streaming, and I said you should come in and say hi. So she comes in and says hi, and I happen to be out of the truck doing something. So that's the way that works. But yeah, no, I heard she was here.
Victor 24 right here, 2 protect.
Yeah, I don't want the fire truck if it's got a blown up motor. I mean, I would have probably stripped it down and kept the cab and then turned it into something else, like a flatbed or something. I would have made it like a flatbed truck or whatnot. That would have been kind of fun, but I wouldn't have kept it as just a straight fire truck.
At Denad 8038 says, yes, I believe his name was Jeffrey, not too impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, they just didn't, yeah, they didn't work out. I mean, I kind of have a little bit of a backstory on why, but Polish kind of told me, but it's not really my business to spread that. Especially if she's not like telling the story herself.
Alright, let's back you up.
At Ray Boudreau 17 says, Freedom Jeff.
Yep. Yep, Freedom Jeffrey. It's similar. He's got what's called a quad axle.
Aeronauch 1 says, does your truck look like the guy in front of you?
Yeah, similar. I can actually show you what my truck looks like. So we don't have the trailer right now, but that's my truck. So right there. I only have one.
Ray Boudreau 17 says, there were many characters from the convoy.
Yeah. I only have one lift axle where they have two in the center. But from the back, yeah, we look the same from the back.
Get out of paper chat. Truck on the scale, what are you doing? Is Jake still under 1? All done for Jake.
Would have been nice you guys could have seen this truck load, but I guess he's not, he's done for the day. Hold on 1 second. I'll take that as a yes. He didn't respond. God, this guy's got an attitude. Whatever. As the silo fills up, I can feel the whole truck shake from the ground shaking from the asphalt being dumped into the silos above my head. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, I guess we're good. The red light came on, which means we're gonna get loaded. There we go. Here comes the weight. That's a little light. We can do 67,800, 67,900. He flubbed that one a little.
At Brett Boyle says, all the talk about booze and soda, I'm having a vodka slime.
All the talk about booze and soda, I'm having a vodka slime. That's funny. I don't care who you are, that's just funny right there. Aww. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, so total asphalt for the day. Alright, so total asphalt today was 391.84, so you might as well say 392 ton is what we put on today. So, yep. Not just us, that's split between 3 trucks. So, whatever.
That should be it, shouldn't it, Chad? Yep, we're gonna start spinning out right now.
And I'll be curious to see how far they got when I get back, but ah, shit. And away we go. I believe I'm the last truck to load because I saw Glenn on my way with my other load, and then I saw the Tesla truck leave just as I got up here. That turbo gets hot doing that climb. I can smell it. I can smell the heat off that turbo. Just slamming up that hill.
Georgian 9709 says, "Hi Eric, I heard some names from the convoy before. If you don't mind me asking, you still keep in touch with Soup Mama?"
No, every once in a while I'll go in her live. I'm still technically a mod in her channel and I'll say hi, but not directly. I haven't called her, she hasn't called me. Like I said, really, I don't know, from the convoy, I mean, honestly, as sad as it sounds, Telescope, which was one of the trolls of the convoy, reaches out to me more often than most of the people in the convoy. You know, Hippie Mama reached out when she had car trouble. Well, you know, whatever. Minnesota Mike, every once in a while, will call me up just to see how I'm doing.
At Red Oil says, "Howdy George."
But yeah, no, I, you know, problem is that part of it's on me. I'm definitely a very ADHD person, and you know, with that personality trait, you know, it's out of sight, out of mind type thing. So I kind of forget about people if they're not in my day-to-day thing. So I also don't reach out. So it's partially on me that I don't call them. I need to get better at doing that. You know, if
At Georgian 9709 says, "Hey there Brett Boyle."
I mean, if everybody probably wasn't working at the time that I'm streaming, I'd probably call them up, put them on live stream, on speakerphone or something, and just catch up with them on the phone. But yeah, I mean, I've pretty much got everybody's number. You know, Marcus, Mike, frickin', you know, everybody. I've got almost everybody's number. Hippie Mama. I don't have Big D, but I could get it. Wizzy. You know. I don't know, Taco Joe. I even got Oreo's number, even though I'll never use it.
At Brett Boyle says, "A lot of the convoy streamers have seemed to sort of fall by the wayside. Here in Canada as well. Only a couple of us remain."
Well, I mean, it normally if you can't stream like I can right now at my job, you know, trying to find the time to be able to do content, and you know, on top of it, when your channel was pretty much based on the political convoy, I mean, you know, it is what it is. I don't know, I mean, does Little Blinky, or, because he was a truck driver that streamed, GRW333, Tom, he used to stream. They were both truck drivers that streamed. I know Trucker G doesn't stream anymore because he sold his truck and got an office job. Who else? Little Blinky. Not sure what his handle was. Then there was Penske. I forgot, he changed his name to something else. He wasn't Penske anymore, he was some other name.
At Georgian 9709 says, "Eric, you were a true asset in regard to the convoy. If you weren't servicing air brakes, you were tuning a CB, and an absolute gentleman."
Well, thank you for saying so. Yeah, my only regret is I wish I would have spent more time actually being active in the actual protesting. I missed out on that. I was doing so much of the background stuff. I didn't actually get to go to the events. Like, I would have liked to have gone to the event in California, you know, the really big one that they all went to.
17 says, "Lil Blinky got sick and stopped streaming."
Gotcha. Well, that's not a good thing. But yeah, you know, they had that big rally in California that everybody went to, and I stayed back because, you know, something needed to be fixed, and you know.
Oil says, Trucker G seems more active on Facebook. His stuff still shows up over there sometimes.
Yeah.
Agnes as well.
Yeah. Yeah, me, I record, this is going out to Facebook, but it's just not live, because it's just too hard to try to monitor the chat, so, and 95% of the time, the people wouldn't notice it until later at night anyways, so I figure, well, why try to be live on Facebook when I can just have it record to Facebook and then set it to public after the fact? Just seems to work out better. That way anybody that wants to look at it on Facebook can. They just don't get the live view. Welcome back, Fry.
Trix FM says, okay, back.
Yeah, welcome back. Yeah, it's crazy. Usually I'm flying by all this traffic. Everybody's decided to do the speed limit today. Normally they're always doing like under. So I'm sitting in the hammer lane, usually passing people up like it's nothing. Be crazy like that. Yeah, I'm trying to think who else streams. I mean, I heard something's going on with Taco Joe. I don't know if he used to stream like constantly. He was doing his police chasing scanner thing for the longest time. But then I thought I heard something about he's not really doing it much anymore. You know, Oreo, which, you know, well, fuck Oreo. You know, he's probably still trying to mooch off of people. Yeah, me and Oreo are not friends. But anybody that knows me knows I can't stand him. Hell, he's such a little chicken shit. Every time I went to Washington, D.C. and he was there, he went and hid. He wouldn't go live, and he just hid.
Leroy says, Lyle Blinky was his handle, and once in a blue moon he pops up. He told me happy birthday the other day. I was born on Mother's Day, but it was the 11th. We're also friends. He's just doing trucking thing.
Yeah.
Ray Boudreau 17 says, Joe still streams.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta take a look at my YouTube. I think YouTube every once in a while will sit here and unfollow you, or will set you to unfollow people. Because I gotta check.
The AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got to check to see if I'm still subscribed to Taco Joe. I mean, I never unsubscribed to anybody. So, but I haven't seen.
Tori 150 says, Grifter.
Yeah, definitely. Oreo's a grifter. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, I'll have to see if I'm still subscribed to him or not, because I've noticed that, you know, a few people have dropped off.
Says, howdy, Tori.
Yeah, now I'm blanking on that gamer's name that Fry gave me the other day. Starts with an R. I don't know why I can't remember it.
Dory 150 says, hey Brett.
But yeah, I don't think I'm subscribed to him anymore either, because I think it just, I don't know if you just don't go to a channel enough, it just unsubscribes you or what. I don't get it. Ripta, yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna check out. Can you drop his link real quick, or do you not have it?
Trix FM says, right Chuck.
Ripta, yeah. I mean, I suppose I could search for it. It was Ripta Gaming.
Ripcha.
Yeah. Let's see what I find.
Red Boyle says, Ripcha.
Yeah.
Trix FM says, it was Ripta Gaming.
Wasn't it Ripta 33 Gaming? Maybe? Because that came up as a search. Let's see. No, maybe, no. Subscribers.
2 months of me.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, it is Ripta. It's Ripta 333.
So I will have to look.
Yeah, it's because I'm watching a video of him, so yeah, it's Ripta 333 or 33. Ripta 33.
Yes.
Yeah, it says I'm subscribed to him. So that's crazy. Oh, he doesn't have any lives. He's got home, video, and shorts. That's why I never see him live.
33 or 33.
33. Ripta 33. But he's got absolutely no lives listed. So he must stop going live. He's just got shorts and stuff.
Yes.
Or he deletes them as soon as he plays. Yeah, I think I got his number too. Reach out to him. Fuck it. Let's.
Red Boyle says, Ride to 33 Gaming Channel. Last video posted 3 years ago at Ride to 33.
Yeah, let's see if I can find him. There he is. I got 2 phone numbers for him. We'll call the first one.
At Ray Woodrow 17 says, he has 2 kids now.
This message is error.
Oh yeah, that number's no good.
The subscriber you have dialed is not in service.
Oh, both his numbers I had for him are not in service anymore. That's not good. Well, fuck. That sucks. I was gonna call him and be like, hey, what's up, dude? Long time no hear. Keep talking about you, people keep asking, but I can't call him. Neither of the phone numbers I have for him are any good anymore. Yeah, they both start with 859. The first number I got ends with a
Trix
50.
FM says, the one I have for him starts with an 859.
Yeah, the number I have ends with a 50, and then the second number ends with a 12. Those are the numbers I had for them, and neither one of them are good. Both of them sit here and say out of service. Yep. So he must have changed cell phone carriers and just didn't.
Trix FM says, yes, that's the one I have.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I think the 12 was actually his girlfriend. Or no, one was his streaming phone and one was his main phone.
The one with the 50.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually kind of hoping maybe you had a more updated number than I did. I'll have
Only have one number for right to 33.
Yeah. Well, see, I was more special. I had two. I had two numbers for him. Yeah, we'll have to message him on. I'm blanking on it right now because he was introduced as Ripta, so that's the only way I really remembered him. I want to say something like Brian
Trix
or
FM
something.
says, I know his first name.
I think I did. I think it was something like Brian or something. But I literally can't remember. Felicity, yeah, that was his wife.
At Raid Woodrow 17 says, Felicity is his wife.
Yeah. Yeah, that really sucks. I'll have to find one of his videos and message him. Let's see. Videos. Latest video, I guess, would be this one. Hey buddy, long time no hear. I'm back to live streaming and you've come up as the topic of conversation more than a few times.
At Raid Woodrow 17 says, didn't he do a video with Cessna?
Period. I tried to call to reach out to you to see how you're doing because I guess you haven't been streaming videos in something like 3 years. Just wanted to reach out, but both of the phone numbers I have for you don't work anymore. I'm pretty much streaming every Monday through Friday between about 7:30 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. come say hi. It'd be great to catch up and see how you're doing. Alright, so I added a new comment to his newest video. So who knows, maybe he'll pop in. I don't know if he did a video with Sasnak or not.
Tricks FM says, whatever, it's not a fucking competition, just like the tech stuff. People just need to stop with making what they know into a competition.
Yeah, it was all in good fun. I'm not trying to poke at you. You know, that tone sounded like you're a little upset about it. It's not that. It was just a friendly little banter. I mean, I think I've got a pretty good idea of who you are and what you know, and I think you've got a pretty good idea of who I am and what I know. And there's some things that overlap, and then there's things
Tricks
that
FM says, I know, just having fun.
Okay. I mean, I know there's things that you are way more knowledgeable in that field than I am, and I'm pretty confident that there's things that I'm way more up to date on.
Just joking.
Okay. I was just checking. Just the way it kind of came off, it just sounded like you were irritated. Unfortunately, you know, that's the downside of chat interface. You know, that's why I never liked doing like dating online, you know, in messages, because you can't tell what somebody actually means, because you can't understand what their inflection was when they were saying it. You know, if they were laughing or so on and so forth.
Tricks FM says, and yes, we both know stuff, and that is why I like to talk tech, cause I always learn stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I taught you about the KVMs, the remote KVMs, and Linux routers, and yeah, there's a lot of cool shit that I'm definitely...
Talks about technology.
Yep. Definitely a lot more updated on that stuff. But again, you really haven't had a need for it, so had you had a need, you would have probably learned about it and would know about it. But in your day-to-day, there's no reason for you to use it, so that explains why you're not as, you know, proficient on those. Because you get experience as you need the experience, you know? Same as me. I mean, no person can know everything. Yeah, we'll have to see if Ripta reaches out. I mean, like I said, best I can do is message his old account and see if he checks in on the messages ever. I know I think towards the end of him streaming, his dad was having some serious health problems. So, hopefully that wasn't the worst, but that might explain why he got out of it. Grew out of playing video games, so that was his content, was playing video games, so who knows. Yeah, that's another person that would be fun to talk to is Saznak. Does he really stream much anymore? I know he got out of the truck. He was driving for a company that was based here in Wisconsin. He was picking up mobile advertising signs and he was taking them out to like Las Vegas and stuff. He was just driving a van.
Yes, people don't know when I am joking in chat, like what happened with Chris today. I was LOL and he took it the wrong way. This is why I like voice chat, cause people can read the room better when you talk.
Yeah, definitely. But unfortunately, doing a panel all the time, it doesn't always work out very easy. And Moblin doesn't have a panel feature, so I can't use my bonded connection. Hey Dana, welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Hey, right back at you.
What's up?
Nothing much. We're hopefully running our last load to Manitowoc from Green Bay of asphalt.
Trix FM says, I just need to stop joking cause most of my jokes are very dry and that is not good in chat.
Yeah, I feel ya. I'm doing pretty good. We're, like I said, we're currently about to hit Manitowoc, so my day luckily will be done.
Dana Girl says, how are you?
Not too bad. We're driving the red truck right now, so that's what the vehicle looks like that we're running. If you're curious, we don't have the trailer hooked up at the moment. Yeah, we seem to have the stability down pretty good.
Dana Girl says, how is your live stream going?
Pretty good. We've got way overkill on technology in this truck to sit here and make all this shit work. We've got 3 cellular connections all bonded together. It's been pretty reliable, at least on the freeway. So that's good.
Dana Girl says, where are you from?
I am from Wisconsin, and the current city and state I'm in, which we never really leave Wisconsin, is listed in the upper right corner of the screen. So,
Dana Girl says, oh nice.
Yeah, so this is the inside truck camera. So we've got a screen here where we can see the chat. Then that's my personal phone. This is the streaming phone.
At Brett Boyle says, stable genius more than Trump.
Yeah. No, not really. I don't have Instagram. And I don't have Discord. That's the router we're using to kind of connect everything.
Dana Girl says, do you have any social media accounts?
Nope, not really.
Like Instagram.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a lot of tech in this
Trix
truck.
FM says, overkill is an understatement. LOL, you could resell mobile internet with all the bandwidth.
Yeah, yeah. But you know, hey, we got it down pretty good on the freeway. Now it's how well is it going to do out in the rural country? I really wish there was a way I could put the part of the screen where it sits here and tells what percentage of each connection we're using at the current time. But that's not an option. That's unfortunately not an option. It's in the app. Because I think that'd be fun to be able to watch. Are we on T-Mobile? Are we on, AT&T? Or are we on Verizon? You know, what's actually broadcasting the signal at the current time. Right now, I've got it set where Verizon is kind of the backup. I'm using primarily T-Mobile and AT&T between the two phones. And then, well, right now we're using the Wi-Fi quite hard. For a second there, it went up to 80%. Now we're back to just T-Mobile and AT&T. T-Mobile's cranking out 88%. AT&T's only at like 18%. And Wi-Fi, which is Verizon's, at 1%, jumping around to like 4%. So it's definitely a T-Mobile stream right now. So yeah, it's pretty crazy how it jumps around. Or at least I think it's T-Mobile, because the streaming phone's got a dual SIM setup, and it can switch automatically based on bandwidth between AT&T and T-Mobile. So it could be AT&T, who knows? We never really can tell which one it is. All I can really ever tell you is that how much cell phone we're using. I just assume it's on T-Mobile because that's the last carrier I put it on. 23 people on YouTube. Hello, all the lurkers. How you doing? 3 people on Twitch and 2 people on Kick. Welcome, everybody.
Leroy says, the chat quit moving, so I went out and come back, and you're still on your 5th load.
Nope, this is my 6th load. We're just bringing back the sixth load. Boss sent me out for another one. I was hoping I'd be done on my 5th.
Aeronaut 1 just followed.
Well, thank you very much, Aeronaut 1. Appreciate it.
At the Gawkert guy says, we be die on fine.
Yeah. Hey, go-kart guy. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, we got to see how this goes. Probably dump this load and then head back up to Green Bay. I don't think we're going to be at the point that we're going to finish today. But we'll see what the job site looks like when we get here. We're about to be here. Alright, Tesla truck just dumped, so not sure the Western Star here, the white truck with the black box, that looks empty.
Atkins 888 says, I'm a big Green Bay Packer fan. You ever been to a game, Eric?
Yeah, I was in a group home called Rawhide, and it was sponsored by Bart Starr. So yeah, Bart had us go to the game once.
At the Gawkert guy says, been here a while, just lurking.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it looks like we got some of the old crew from. So it was a father and son company. They split about a year ago, and it looks like we got some of the workers from the old from the father's crew working out here today, making a couple extra hours. It looks like. Oh no, that's just Glenn. Never mind. He looks like one of the other guys. With the sun glare, I wasn't sure. I thought it was somebody else. Ugh. Dump this load off. Probably go back up to Green Bay to get a hotel.
At C Romero 2303 says, hi Eric, heard from X-Ray Vision?
I have not talked to X-Ray in forever. He kind of went off and did his own thing. He was going to Mona's Convoy of Honor, and I know he did some streaming after that, but really he's kind of disappeared off the face of the book.
Sign at the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yeah, so no, I haven't heard hide or hair of X-Ray.
Guy says, how are the roads there with all those heavy loaded trucks rolling?
They're not too bad. I mean, the patch we've done that we've been driving on, they did it not that long ago, so. Alright, I gotta jump out of the truck real quick and see what the boss has to say. I'm assuming he's just gonna tell me to go home. which is fine by me. Let you guys look at my pretty face for a few minutes. Yeah, I'm not getting parked where I want. We'll pull over here. We'll turn around so you guys can watch the action. I gotta go get my GoPro anyways. No, not one more load. No way. The plant's closed by now, so there's no way we're getting one more load.
At the Gawkert guy says, one more load, haha.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna get out real quick and find out what's going on.
Hey, at 2:40 yesterday, I was going up over the fucking bridge. Yeah. I seen the person that was going through here.
back. Let's see. Gotta fold up this tripod. I'll take a look at the video, or I'll take a look at the video as soon as I get over to the gas station. I gotta pee.
At the Gawkert guy says, it won't be long before Eric will push himself out of the truck with all that technology.
Oh, if I could sit here and have a steering wheel and a computer screen in front of me and just be able to drive it like Truck Simulator from home, that'd be awesome. I would love that. All right, I'm gonna run over to the gas station real quick over here, take a pee, and then we're gonna hook up to the GoPro, which is weird because it's got spider webs on it. I set it up just today, and somehow spider webs got on it. I think I set the time-lapse video too long. I set it for 1 frame every minute, and over like an 8-hour shift, it says it's only got 18 seconds of video. So it should be pretty interesting to see how quick this time-lapse is. You know, I'm still learning it. I've never really done time-lapses before. So I think I need to set it at like 15 seconds next time. Because an 18-second video is a little short. Unless it's done multiple videos. GoPro, for some reason, won't do like a long video. It'll break it into smaller videos. And the problem I have with GoPro with that is that the first...
At the Gawkert guy says, customers only at the station.
Yeah. I was a customer. I bought a pack of cigarettes and a soda there just a little while ago. You know, with GoPro sitting here splitting the files, what ends up happening is there tends to be a problem where it tries to start a new video file and then it corrupts it. I wish they would just leave it the hell alone and leave it be one video. Because then also you got to go through the extra editing of stitching the videos together. Because it doesn't automatically do that.
Ad Fry TV says, that's what she said, just a bit short.
Yeah. Holy crap. Now this section of road sucks. That one threw me for a loop. Alright. I guess we park over here. No front door for me. Alright. I'll be right back after I pee, and then we'll take a look at that video real quick. We'll see what it looks like. Okay, we back. We back. Let's see. Let's see what this GoPro video looks like. We can turn it on real quick. Come on. Is it? Oh, it's that way. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's just 18 seconds long. That's crazy. That's way too fast. That is way, way too fast. Holy crap. Yeah, definitely. We're definitely going to have to adjust that. Let's get that footage downloaded real quick. It's also such a pain to get the camera, to get the video. Let's see. Let's see. Preferences, connections, connect device, GoPro app. There we go. Connection successful. Hey Brent, how you doing? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat.
At Brent 4913 says, "What up?"
We're kind of done with the day. We're gonna run back up to Green Bay, so we got about 40-minute drive ahead of us. I'm just looking at what we have for GoPro footage. I tried to do a time lapse, and unfortunately, I think I set it too long of an interval. So over an 8-hour day, we only have an 18-second video. Which is pretty funny.
At Brett Boyle says, "Howdy Brent."
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, that's the fastest I've ever seen a video download. That's crazy.
Like, subscribe, share.
Yeah, I've never seen a video download that fast. And then here I'll share it to this phone. That way I can play it on the stream real quick. Here, there it is. So share, airdrop, the 12. There it is, accept. So there we go, we got the video. We got to do as a scene widget. Create video source. No, not video source, media source. Where is media source? Oh, I can't do it as a widget? Okay, never mind. I gotta do it as an actual source, as a scene. Okay. Alright, I gotta remember, where is it? There's media player. There we go. Create. We'll call her video. because I'll just change out different videos. Yeah, it says the audio doesn't work on here, so, which is fine because there's no audio in this video anyways. So we'll just we'll put that there, and oh, don't need 2 copies of it. Okay, so scenes, video, my video, yeah, video, okay, and then video media player, mic override, headphones, that works. Okay, and then let's see. So hopefully this works. So we're gonna hit it. We're gonna see what happens. You guys still should be able to hear me. It's a 19-second video, so let's see. Come on, load up. Come on, load up. Okay, let me see if I can figure out why that didn't work. Should have worked. Let's see, scenes, my video, video player. Okay, that's all set up right. Media player. Oh, I wonder if it's, well, it should be an MP4 format. Let's see. Let me double check to see what the format is. Maybe it's in a improper format. Options. Oh wait, that's not what I want. Cancel. H264. It's not telling me the actual extension though. All right, we'll try it again. Maybe it just needs a second to load. I know it. We'll see. See if maybe it just takes a second to load. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's way too fast. Way too fast. That is way too fast of a time lapse. That's hilarious. All right. Let's and see there, it started just fine. Go figure. All those other times it was such a long start on the engine, and this time it started up just fine. It's crazy. So how'd you guys like that really fast time lapse? Is that not crazy? Yeah, but it was so fast. It was crazy fast.
TV says, looks good.
Yeah. I mean, the camera kept it all day, so I mean, we'll try it tomorrow. We'll just, we'll set it a lot, a lot more frames per minute. Definitely. We'll just have to figure out what the best settings are. But 1 frame per minute was way too long of a duration in between. 8 hours only gave me 18 or 19 seconds of video. That's crazy. That is flipping crazy. Crazy. All right. Let's get up to Green Bay. What was it?
Exit the parking lot toward County Close, Pecker Road.
Alright.
At the stop sign, turn right onto US 151 North. Then you'll turn left onto the I-43 North, Wisconsin 42 North ramp to Green Bay.
Yeah, Moblin hasn't, Moblin, whatever. They haven't fully implemented video yet. They're having, the video plays fine, but like I tried setting up my intro video, and yeah, you don't want to hear that. It sounds really bad. It like the audio just screams and squeals, and
Exit the parking lot toward County
they
Close,
definitely don't
Pecker
have that
Road.
fixed.
Turn right onto County Close, Pecker Road. Then at the next stop sign, turn right. At the stop sign, turn right onto US 151 North. Then you'll turn left onto the I-43 North, Wisconsin 42 North ramp to Green Bay.
But we'll get her dialed in. Now I probably need to set it for like 15 seconds or something, or something like that, or maybe 10. Get a little bit longer. You know, I want the video to be at least a minute or so. You know, I'll do it as like a short. Out of water. Technically, I'm not. But I got waters from last winter sitting in the truck. I left them in the truck over winter. So I'm not sure how good they actually are.
At the light, turn left onto the I-43 North ramp. In a quarter mile, merge onto I-43.
Let's go. Oh, the router fell. It finally fell. That's funny. It sat up there for like an entire day day and a half, and now it decided it wanted to fall off. Luckily it fell into plastic bottles, so it wasn't going to hurt it. Yeah, everybody comes in after work and we're all like talked out because we've been talking all day. It's crazy. But I appreciate everybody that's watching. I appreciate the watch hours. You know, we're getting closer. I mean, slowly but surely. We're getting closer to being monetized again. Let's see where we're at. So according to YouTube, we're at 1,400, well, 1.4K. They don't tell the exact hours of watch hours. Let's see. Let's see if I click on it. Yeah, 1.4K. 1,460 or 56.3 watch hours. You know, as of yesterday, because it doesn't update until the next day. We're averaging about 109 to 179 watch hours per video, with yesterday being one of the longer ones, but that was also a much longer stream, so that explains it. But I mean, we're going up. I mean, let's see, the first video we did when we were tuning and testing and it was crap only got 69 watch hours. So going from, you know, maybe 2 weeks ago at 69 watch hours, getting up to 179 watch hours is a significant jump in viewership. So that's good. What else was there? Oh, total subscribers. We got a total of 80 subscribers just on YouTube. I know there's a few on Kick and there's a few on Twitch. So that's definitely a bonus. In the last 28 days, we're up 80 subscribers. So great news. Great news. We got to keep that rolling. Good to hear. So yeah, got to keep this train going. Keep doing that testing and tuning, man. Testing and tuning.
Sweets Thing says, "Hi Eric, which way you going? Are you getting a room again tonight?"
Yep, we're headed up to Green Bay to get a room. So, yep, that's the plan. That is the plan. Because you missed it, Sweets, I'll show you the little time-lapse video we did. It ended up only being 19 seconds. I guess I set it to take a picture too short of a time. I wanted it to be at least a minute, but we'll play it for you real quick. Yeah, it wasn't really the length I wanted, but now I know to change the settings up to make it a little longer. Kind of funny.
That Sweets Thing says, "That is so cool. Where did you put the camera to get that?"
I had a tripod, so I mounted it on a tripod with a battery pack, and just had it sitting there charging while it was taking the video. So
Have to be up early and be down for breakfast at 6 a.m.
yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I got to be up at about a little bit before 6. I'll probably get up at about 5:45. Go get breakfast and be in the truck by 6:30. So that gives me about 15 minutes to set all this up and get on the road to the plant. So yeah. So I'll be up about the same time. We'll be streaming again tomorrow, probably right at 7 o'clock. I'll schedule it. Now that I figured out if I schedule on Rumble, it automatically schedules on YouTube. So it's a lot easier to schedule. Tesla with a roof rack. kind of defeats the whole purpose of a Tesla. You're getting rid of you're adding bad aerodynamics to it. Might do a little testing and tuning when we get up there. I've got an idea on how to possibly get the internet outside the truck. I'll probably have to disconnect the camera for a minute, so we'll have a black screen, but I just got to connect to the hotspot. And once we do that, then I should be able to come back with it right away. Nope, time for hotel.
At Sunhoney Studio says, time for home?
Nope, time for hotel. Boss wants me there again. It's even though we've only got maybe 3 truckloads left. I think we're gonna do like 2 rounds. We'll be done by noon tomorrow easily. I mean, at least done with the asphalt by noon. I'll have. I got to work on his stupid seal coat rig, so I'll be working later and I'll be streaming later than that. But you know, he still wants us at the plant at 7, so whatever. So instead of going home, it's just screw it. We're gonna go stay up in the hotel. Yeah, last time I started the truck, it started up just fine. I wonder if we had to wash out that bad fuel. Now we've had a couple of tanks of good fuel in there. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it starts in the morning. Or, yeah. Go from there. Yeah, I'm going to skip dinner tonight. I really don't need it this late at night. You know, because I'm going to be I'm going to try to crash by about 9. It's already going to be 6:35 when I get to the hotel, roughly. So, just get out of the truck, go do my shit, take a shower, set up my TV, watch the last episode of The Boys, and go to bed. So, that is the plan. Although I'll probably do this tuning and testing real quick to see if we can get some video outside the truck. Because I think I've come up with a way to do it. I think I know how to do it. Which, I have a second version of this router. It's a little bit older version. So I'll probably end up leaving the setup the way it is. This is just going to be for testing. But come this weekend, I'll get the second router, and that'll be the portable router. If this doesn't work, I don't have a clue how to get internet on the outside. I don't know. It doesn't make any logical sense to me. I mean, glass windows, you know, even standing in front of the truck with the glass window, with the router sitting in the front window, I couldn't get signal. It's crazy. I really just don't get it. I mean, I don't want to have to go get a big chunky router, you know, with external antennas. And I mean, technically I got one somewhere. I just have to get a DC to DC converter for it. I mean, that'd be pretty excessive to have a house router. Then hook up external antennas outside. I mean, that's just crazy. But I guarantee we're going to figure out how to get video outside of the damn truck. Somehow, some way, I'm going to make it happen. If I've got to hook up a USB camera directly to the phone and have 20 feet of frickin' USB cable hanging out of the truck for when I walk to the back on a tripod, I'm going to make this shit happen. It's gonna happen.
Sweets thing says, that's determination.
Well, I mean, the stupid thing is that, you know, it's a technical puzzle to me, really. I mean, so I like the challenge. I'm annoyed that it's not working thus far. Because like I said, I really don't get why it's not working, you know. I mean, I'm not sure if it's the wireless microphone, because it operates on the same 2.5 or 2.4 gigahertz. So I don't know if it's causing interference. So I'm going to probably take the microphone off and try it that way. But for the techie people that are in the chat, what I'm going to do is I'm going to disconnect the router, turn the hotspot back into a Wi-Fi router. I'm going to connect the phone to the hotspot, and then I'm going to connect the router outside of the truck as a Wi-Fi extender. And then I'm going to connect whatever's outside to the Wi-Fi extender, which is going to be right outside the other side of the door of the truck, basically. So it should be close enough to the Wi-Fi that it can carry a signal between the two. And then the router being outside there's not going to be anything around it. So in theory, it should be able to carry the Wi-Fi signal. So that's the idea. I tried it yesterday, and I didn't think about the fact that when I put the router outside,
Fry TV says, you could also change the channel of the router to 1.6 or 14.
yeah, that's possible too. But where I was testing yesterday, I was in the middle of an empty parking lot, not around anything. So I really shouldn't have had an issue with channel interference. I mean, in all reality, it shouldn't have had that issue. But I get what you're saying. But yesterday when I tested, what I did is I took the router and I stuck it outside. And I'm like, okay, well, the device is outside, the router's outside. I didn't think about the fact that the router had to connect to the phone, which was inside. So I think that's where my issue was. Is by putting the router outside and the phone's trying to connect outside of the truck, it was having an issue connecting to the router. So we're going to connect the phone to the hotspot, put the hotspot by the window. We're going to put the external router as a Wi-Fi repeater on the other side of the truck within a couple of feet of each other, just with basically the truck between each other. And so we'll put the hotspot up on the dash. So it should have clean line of sight with the window. The signal should go through glass. And then hopefully the external router should be able to pump whatever I'm streaming outside into the truck. Otherwise, like I said, I probably have a router somewhere that's got multiple antennas, or I'll go and I'll find a router that'll work. I'll get myself a multiple antenna router, one that has 2 antennas for inside the truck and 2 leads I can stick outside the truck. And I'll get 2 external antennas and have 2 internal antennas, and that should give me coverage on the outside and coverage on the inside. I'd like to try to make it work with what I got and not have to go buy more equipment and external antennas and all that crap. But like I said, we're going to make it work. We will figure it out.
In 2 miles, take exit 180 from Wisconsin 172 west from Wisconsin 32 Stop.
Because if this ends up working, like I said, I can leave this router the way it is, which it's doing kind of a trick on the hotspot to make it think it's not a hotspot. So I'll definitely keep this router hooked up, but I have a little bit older version of this same kind of router that I can just put on a battery pack and just walk it outside, put it on the tripod, and then it'll be a mobile router because it doesn't need to run all the time. So if in theory this works,
Exit 180 from Wisconsin 172
I can pretty much leave everything in the truck the way it is and then just have a external router for when I know I'm going outside.
Take exit 180.
Because I know it gets kind of boring when I get out of the truck and I'm doing other stuff, you know, like taking the equipment off, loading the equipment, you know, hooking up the trailer. So it'd definitely be nice for you guys to be able to see that stuff. Yeah, I just wish you guys could see the cellular stuff. It's fun to watch. Like we're using 17% of T-Mobile, 4% of Verizon, and 78% of AT&T. You know, right now. It's just fun to kind of watch as I'm driving along how the signal shifts between the three different carriers. 1 minute, you know, now I'm back on T-Mobile is the strong one. It's just crazy. As I'm driving along, the data just switches from one internet provider to another. And it's just kind of cool to watch the numbers. It'd be nice to have it on the stream. Unfortunately, Moblin didn't implement that. I should put that under the suggestion thing. I should put it as a suggestion. See if they can implement that, because that would be cool to see, in my opinion, or at least diagnostically for me. You know, if I go back and I watch a stream, I can kind of see, having those numbers there, I can see what's going on with the stream when it glitches. Maybe it wouldn't be as interesting to the viewers, but You know, kind of like having the speedometer and the average speed of the day on there, and the 3.5 megabits per second, which is the, well, 3.2 right now, whatever. You know, that's the connection that we have to the internet.
Take the exit toward Oneida Street.
That's the total connection. But it would be nice to be able to see what each cell provider's, which one's pulling the weight.
Take the exit toward Oneida Street. Then you'll take the Pilgrim Way ramp to Oakland Way, Oneida Street. Take the Pilgrim Way ramp. Then at the next light, you'll use the right lane to turn left.
Had me go the other way to go to Red Robin yesterday, so I was instinctively wanting to go to the right, not to the left.
At the light,
At Kentuckithan 888 says, diesel prices have to be hurting truckers right now.
Oh yeah, it cost me, I was on a quarter tank of fuel, and this truck only holds 100 gallons, and it was $350 to fill it up at a quarter tank. So yeah, that was not good. All right, I think this parking lot over to our right is going to be a good candidate.
turn left onto South Oneida Street.
Looks pretty empty. It's got pretty open space. I think that's going to be a good candidate to do some testing and tuning.
At the light, turn left onto South Oneida Street.
So we'll fly over there real quick.
Head northeast on South Oneida Street. At the next light, turn left. Exit the parking lot toward South Oneida Street.
GPS is having a hissy fit. Alright. We're just going to shut you up for a minute. There you go. No more complaining from the GPS. Alright, this looks like a good spot right here. We will just park right the hell here. We're not really close to any buildings. We're kind of out in the back 40. Alright, let me look at this hot spot quick and see if I gotta set something up here real quick. I know. Let's see. So, swipe to unlock, Wi-Fi, bands, dual band. Okay, so that should be good. Okay, let me switch this. So like I said, if it drops out, we're not going anywhere. The channel's not going to go down. Just working on something. So let's see. Really? It's called 2G? That's weird. Wi-Fi info. Huh. Which one is which? Let's see. Oh, the 2G is the 2.4.
AdFry TV says, can you turn on dual band just have 2.4 grams?
I can have 2.4, but like I said, what I've been doing is to try to keep the congestion down. I've been connecting to 5G in the truck and then letting the router. There we go.
Choctaw County says, you staying in hotel?
Yes, I am, sir. All right, we should have stayed connected. Let's get Moblin back working, because now it's on the wrong network. So let's get it on the same network. So right now the phone is on the hotspot, and okay, so now Moblin, the hotspot, and the phone are all on the hotspot on its network. So I can go unplug the router and I can hook up this camera to the external internet. So now let me unplug this, which kills the connection between the hotspot and the router. So we're still good. So this phone is connected to, this is connected to the router, that's good. So let me open up the page, the control page.
At Brett Boyle says, you should have something to eat, my guy, even if it's something lighter like a chicken Caesar salad or something.
Yeah. Okay, so now now the router is connecting to the hotspot as a extender right now on 2.4. Okay, that's working. Now I've got to see what the new IP address is for the server. just for testing, we're going to
Choctaw
send it
County says, you know he's going to get his protein.
Yeah. Okay, so it's 194. So the new IP is 194. Okay. So now we got to go over to this. We got to turn back on the ingest. Done. We got to go over to DJI devices. Same password. Got to change the address. Okay. So that's done. Start live stream. Turn on the camera. Okay, grab the battery pack that's been charging this entire time. Let's see. Okay, so that's preparing the live stream. Grab the router. Disconnect these powers. Plug in the router to the external battery pack. Let it catch back up. Put this on the other side of the truck because I'm going to take it out the passenger side. Grab the camera, put it over there too. Grab my phone, start watching my stream. Just a quick little test and tune. There's my stream. Setting up Wi-Fi. Now let's put the hotspot up on the dash. Give it the best chance of connecting outside. Streaming. Doesn't say live yet. Still says preparing the live stream. Now it says live. And it says connected. Okay, so oh no, that's the wrong button. Okay, so we got the camera going. A little bit of delay. Alright, I'm gonna step out of the truck and we're gonna see what happens. I'm gonna leave the microphone in here just in case that's interference. so stupid. It works perfectly fine in the stupid truck. It works perfectly fine in the truck. Hell, we're not even connected. The router's outside, the camera's inside. It's so stupid. I don't get it. I don't get it. It works perfectly fine in the truck. I get no frame drop, no nothing. But outside the truck, man, it's just shit.
So test it at 480p to see if that fixes it.
Oh, wait a minute here. Hold on. Stupid repeater's not connected. Probably when I restarted it, it didn't reconnect the stupid router. Let me see. Hold on. No, it is connected. It's connected at 2.4. 2.4 to 2.4, and they're literally 2 feet apart between glass. It's crazy. I don't get it. I just don't get why this doesn't work. Everything tells me this should work just fine. I mean, we're within feet of the truck outside. I mean, I could understand if I was on the other side of the parking lot or something like that, but we are literally within feet of the truck. And it just doesn't work. Okay, so now we're on 5G. So let's get out of the truck and see if 5G works better. Everybody's always like, 4G. Got to open up my tab with my channel going live. That's looking better. Yeah, but we're at 5G. We're not at 2.4. And we're still at 1080. Yeah, no, we're at 1080 on 5G.
Fry TV says, that's why I wanted you to test it at 480p on 2.4 first.
Yeah, but we're at 5G. We're not at 2.4. And we're still at 1080. Yeah, no, we're at 1080 on 5G.